focusing on people based on their race, language, or location.
That's Fox 11 affiliate reporter Sandra Endo in L.A. L.A. Mayor Karen Bass saying the decision threatens the fabric of personal freedom and is un-American. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
J.J. McCarthy's long-awaited NFL debut didn't get off to a great start, but it sure ended with a bang. McCarthy accounted for 3 touchdowns, 2 passing, 1 rushing, all in the fourth quarter, as the Vikings rallied for a 27-24 win over the Bears. After throwing a 74-yard pick six in the third quarter, McCarthy bounced back, tossing 2 touchdowns to give Minnesota the lead before a 14-yard score on the ground put the Vikings up 10. For the Bears, Ben Johnson lost in his head coaching debut, with Chicago getting into the end zone on their first possession, but not finding pay dirt again until right before the 2-minute warning. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Week 1 always leaves us with so much to recap, but also there's still so much that we haven't seen. Like, we want to see more. It's not nearly enough to judge improvement or playoff caliber of a team. There's a long way to go. A war of attrition with injuries, all of it. But I do think there are fair questions and opinions to be cast out of what we saw from the first week of the National Football League 2025. Buffalo and Baltimore, what a game. What a comeback, but also just what a game. Both of those teams are at the top of their conference, at the top of the league, right there with Philadelphia. I think it's those 3 teams. Eagles are lethal. They're not playing their best. They weren't last year either. And then you look at their lineup, and they're going to put it all together again. Green Bay, title contender. Legit.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Weight Watchers has enlisted Queen Latifah and a perimenopause movement in its battle to stay relevant in the age of GLP-1 obesity drugs. The performer, the company says, is the first official spokeswoman of a new program, Weight Watchers for Menopause, which it also says is designed to support women through this life stage. The ad campaign starring Latifah is Weight Watchers First, since it emerged from bankruptcy in July. Target wants more attention, and customers too, and it is turning to Taylor. On October 3rd, Target will stage special midnight openings at 500 of its stores to sell the new Taylor Swift album, The Life of a Showgirl. Wall Street notched another kind of record ahead of an inflation report this week that could derail or affirm the rally that lifted the NASDAQ to a closing high for the first time this month. Watch for the August Consumer Price Index on Thursday. Tracy Jonke, Bloomberg Radio.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance, this Saturday, September 13th at noon. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, this Saturday at noon on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Rep the city of brotherly love on Friday, September 12th at 6:45 when the Royals visit Philly and the Phil's City Connect jerseys return. Join the fun and order tickets now at Phillies.com. Join us for Nemours Children's Health Childhood Cancer Awareness Night on Saturday, September 13th at 6:05 when the Phils take on the Royals and kids 14 and under receive a bucket hat. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, September 9th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is how you jump aboard on the phones. Social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It's a Tuesday. We're on our way towards November. That means Matt Rooney will be in studio at 8:30 to discuss New Jersey's governor race. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How come my head is so much bigger?
It really is.
I'm like the Wizard of Oz.
I know. We need to do something about this. I know.
I wake up, I go, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I understand it because you're
the news. Do the news.
Well, your thing is closer.
Your positioning of your camera is.
Your camera's closer than ours is.
Yeah.
So
ours is.
So I could back off.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, do the show from back there.
There you go.
Gregory, how are you, buddy?
Why is LeBron James writing an op-ed for the Chinese Communist Party's newspaper, the People's Daily?
Because he's bought and paid for by China.
It's titled, "Basketball is a Bridge That Connects Us All."
Oh, is it? I did not know that.
He says that he's visited China 15 times in his NBA career.
Yeah.
He's deeply moved by the passion and friendliness of his Chinese friends, and I can only express my gratitude by giving my best in every game.
Very interesting when he decides to, quote, shut up and dribble, and when he bends the knee for the CCP, who makes his sneakers and the whole bit.
He's writing propaganda in China's communist newspaper.
Much like most authors, I'm going to say he probably didn't write it. You think Kamala wrote that book?
Or maybe he's just trying to say, Mom Donnie's only a socialist.
We can go
full-blown communism.
Well, Gen Z loves them some communism or some socialism. Communism.
Do we have some stats for you this morning?
Man.
I know we live in this world of stats and metrics and numbers and analytics, and we platform dorks who get up there and say, "Holy cow!"
One more thing. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see that we come prepared at 6:03. Can we arrest LeBron James for writing an op-ed? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Deport him.
Yeah, if he loves China so much, go there.
Yeah. China's made him rich.
Of course it has.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, buddy. We got a lot to get into on the Big Take today with crime, the three culprits of America's crime. We're going to get into that as the fallout continues from, I would say, a slight percentage of it is the execution in Philadelphia last Friday, broad daylight, 5 o'clock p.m. hour, right there in Center City. But a large portion of this stemming from that Charlotte rail execution. Yes. Really what it was. I know we use the word execution with guns, but that was an execution with a knife. We'll get into that in the Big Take this morning. Also, yes, NBC News, their decision desk poll. What separates males who voted for Trump in Gen Z versus women who voted for Kamala Harris in Gen Z, and the big takeaways from that. And also, in the 7 o'clock hour, I'm officially submitting my application for a Marconi Award.
Marconi. What? There you go. Congratulations.
In a day and age where people only want to talk about what makes their guy look great, we will discuss. See, I actually like this because dunking on Democrats is easy and fun. Taking victory laps on Trump policies, easy and fun. But some not-so-flattering stuff released to the House Oversight Committee, which is controlled by Republicans and James Comer, Trump, Epstein, and I'll use two different words, revelations/allegations.
Oh, but we can't hear about this. I've heard people tell me that they're not going to listen anymore until we stop talking about Epstein. So.
Well, two things on that. A, I don't believe you, and B, if you do leave, I'm sure you're going to come back.
Of course.
Do what Stalker does. Take a couple days off, take a sabbatical, come back and recharge your battery.
What are the options?
Yeah. Where else are you going to go?
Yeah,
you want to watch Brian Kilmeade and knock yourself out,
or some bald guy with bad teeth,
right? Or fake teeth. But anywho, we have a lot to get to. Loaded show today. Yes.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Guy who wears a suit from home and pulls out a microphone from 1933 like it's the Roosevelt Fireside Chats.
Yeah. Let's wear a suit at 6 a.m. Can you imagine? I'm going to start. That's a great pull by you, Nick Hale. I'm going to start mandating that we all must wear suits to look more professional. Even though we don't know what we're talking about, we can pretend like we know what we're talking about because we have the attire. The attire on, madam. The attire.
Yeah, and as a guy who's been once dubbed to dress like John Fetterman for radio,
you absolutely do.
I do a little, a little polling, a little surveying of the landscape here. Every other morning host here, whether it's on the 3 music stations or the sports station, they don't dress any differently than I do. I don't understand what it is about this format that makes you feel like you have to wear a suit on the air.
Because it makes people feel like they are more important and more and smarter than they actually are. That's the God's honest truth, and we just ran out of bumper music.
Or maybe it's just how you were raised.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Professional workplace. Okay. That's true. Actually, I think I would dress differently if I did middays or afternoons. But since I'm here at the butt crack of dawn, I'd come in.
Not my butt crack.
No, and not Dawn's crack at all.
Gary Stam says, Greg, wear a suit on Friday for the dogs. Now listen. I will do anything for the dogs. You know that because we want to get all those dogs.
Who let the dogs out?
Adopted.
Shout out to all my dogs out there.
But wearing a suit is one step too far.
But I will. Breaking news here. Revelation. Next Wednesday, we have a big shindig coming up for our sister station. I am actually going because, as we know,
The tux?
Dawn shamed me for wearing the quasi-suit tux.
I did not shame
It's
you.
true.
I
It's
said you
in
look
public.
good.
You did.
In
You
front of
shamed
all
him.
of our advertisers, I
Yeah.
felt like Tommy
Yeah.
Boy at the wedding.
Fat guy in little suit.
Fat guy Richard.
Yeah.
I am going to purchase a new suit for the sake of this job. As I begin training for the 5K next month. So I'm going to spend probably $800 to $1,000, and it won't fit me 6 weeks from now. But I do that for all of you here at Odyssey. I just want people to know that.
Thank you.
You're going to go to Ventresca's? We could get a sponsor over here. They could, fit it for you.
I've sent them stuff for sponsors, and it just gets lost in translation. I'll just...
Since I teed you up, Kayal, and you went out on a different tangent, can you promote where we're going to be on Friday?
That is right. We are going to be at Land Rover, Jaguar, Willow Grove, the Piazza Auto Group, 900 South York Road, 6 to noon, Brandywine Valley SPCA.
Adopt dogs.
Yes.
Remember,
And we're going to play, we're going to objectify him, too sexy for my suit. and make him do the Piazza puppy walk.
Yeah. There has to be. Gary brings up another great point. Gary just firing on all cylinders this morning on the YouTube chat. There has to be a happy medium between a suit and flip flops. There does.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you can dress
my golf attire.
Okay.
A sport coat and jeans.
Okay.
Right.
You need a good suede or leather jacket.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That
nice
is
coat
a great look.
With flip flops.
With a button up.
And
no tie.
The Ray Donovan white shirt. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Those white.
She just likes Ray Donovan.
I know.
I had a suit endorsement deal when I was in Nashville with one of those made-to-measure companies.
Yeah, where'd all those go? That's a great question.
I was 180 then. I probably still have it. I probably just couldn't get my arm in it nowadays.
He gave him to Daniel Valdez.
Pretty much. That's not too far off, Dawn. He would fit in it better than I could. All right, let's get to the news.
Boy. We're already late.
Yeah. Round number one of the news.
Come on.
6:09. We'll go news, big take, cut sheet today. That's all we got.
Yeah,
all right, take it away, Dawn.
Hey, we are sponsored this Tuesday morning, September the 9th, sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. We're at 58 degrees. We'll tell you how hot it will get. So we have a lot in the news to talk about. I'm going to stick local here as we'll get to all the national news of the day, and there's a lot of it. But we do have, according to Philadelphia police, a man is now charged with murder after that shooting that we've been talking about, Center City, Philadelphia. It happened Friday evening, early evening, bright outside. And in this one, witnesses say, and the video would show, a woman was shot execution style. So that suspect ID'd as John Kelly, taken into custody. And the shooting, as I told you yesterday, he was taken into custody, but they had not identified him, nor had they ever charged him. So we later learned in the day that, in fact, John Kelly has been charged with first-degree murder. This happened 12th and Chestnut Streets, right in front of that 7-Eleven, unfolding along a very busy corridor, and was, as police have said, captured on that video that has been released. So in this one, many witnesses as well talking about how disturbing it was. This is not an area of Philadelphia where people see any kinds of shootings, let alone this kind of situation. So in this one, what we're hearing is that there's an argument between John Kelly, his girlfriend, and another woman comes along, sees something, says something. In other words, she gets involved. And that was something that we were talking about yesterday, that there were police reports that, in fact, the woman who ended up being shot to death, she was actually somebody who was trying to help out, had a firearm, but that firearm she owns illegally, and that firearm was then turned against her, and tragically, Kelly now accused of first-degree murder in this case.
So John Kelly's having an argument with his girlfriend. A second woman comes along with an illegal firearm to intervene, and then the suspect, Kelly, turns the gun on her, and she didn't have a right to hold the gun in the first place.
She had a firearm for protection, according to her family, but she didn't have all the legal permits for it.
Wow.
She's identified as 33-year-old Lauren Jardine. She, in fact, was at that area of 12th and Chestnut Streets, according to her family. There was a job fair going on. And although she already has a job, she was down there looking for at the job fair looking for a better job. And in fact, that was, if you remember the video that we were showing, she had kind of a large bag.
Yeah.
And the witnesses had said the bag had all kinds of pamphlets and business cards from that job fair. She was just coming from the job fair.
Okay.
And so she was, Lauren Jardine, an innocent victim, but unfortunately, whether she had the firearm legally owned or whether she was in the process for the permit, the bottom line is her firearm she had gotten for self-protection ended up being taken away from her and then used against her.
Do we know, or is it being reported, if John Kelly has priors? Does this guy have a track record? Should he even be on the street? I mean, you shoot somebody execution style in Center City, Philly. I'm guessing that's not your first run-in with the law.
He is identified as being a homeless person, and so they're not releasing his full record in this case, but he is somebody who was threatening, according to police, he had a screwdriver and he was threatening with violence his girlfriend. And so that was why Ms. Jardine, according to police, jumped in, was because she thought the guy was going to stab the woman with a screwdriver.
Yeah.
So she pulls out, according to police, her firearm and is telling him to back away, and then the struggle ensues.
This is shades of Charlotte. This is shades of the Daniel Penny situation with the guy that he choked out. I mean, we always talk about like the priors and why somebody's on the street with 14 prior arrests, but we also have the homeless factor and then the mental health factor. I mean, you put that together, that's a recipe for disaster for public safety.
Yeah. So her, Ms. Jardine's family speaking out, just saying she was somebody who would be that person who would step in and say something. Just by all accounts, a horrible tragedy. 12th and Chestnut here in Philadelphia. Philadelphia mother says she's grateful that her 17-year-old son is still alive after he was struck by a stray bullet while he was inside the home of his football coach in the Frankfurt section of Philadelphia. So Bahisha Durbin speaking out to the media, speaking about her son, Jaden. Philadelphia police releasing that video of one of the suspects who's wanted for this shooting. Detectives say these gunmen were firing multiple rounds. This was the 1500 block of Adams Avenue. And this happened a couple weeks ago, actually. This happened a week ago. And some bullets did pierce through the living room window where Jaden was playing video games with his friends and at the home of his own high school football coach. But police are saying he was not the target, nor was the coach's home. This is a situation where they're spraying bullets out on the streets at each other and, irreverent to any of the other lives or people inside their own homes.
Mm-hmm.
So he has, unfortunately, he has suffered a fractured spine, but did survive. He's recovering. So we have that going on. He's recovering and the family's upset. Coach is shaken. I don't know if the school has anything planned to talk about it, but detectives don't have a motive for that street back and forth. No motive, no suspect descriptions, same story.
As usual.
Shooting investigation group headquarters, and they're looking for the anonymous tips on that one. So we've got that one going on.
I can make a wild guess about the
could.
description, but, I'm sure that's not going to be public. So
yes.
A male, possibly white.
No.
Thank you, CNN.
No.
And we do have some new rules. We've talked a lot in the suburbs, especially, but across the region, about these e-bike riders, the e-scooters, and
they're menaces.
Yeah, kids getting injured, people getting injured. So for Haverford Township, this was a unanimous decision. And this is Delco, Haverford Township in Delaware County, passing this new ordinance, this new rule requiring riders under the age of 16, you must wear helmets while using any e-scooters or e-bikes. This is just for kids, though.
Mm-hmm.
So after a warning phase that's going to happen, a $25 fine may be issued at a police officer's discretion.
Are they allowed to ride them on the street, like in the middle of the street, like your car? Because the other day I was walking back from 30th Street Station, and there was an e-bike in line waiting at a stoplight, like a car.
I've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you know, it also should be against the law, wearing your AirPod earbuds while operating one of them.
Yeah, I don't, I'm, now that I'm a professional cyclist, and I'm out there, training daily. I see these all the time, and I'm just like, they just zing by you.
Yeah, they're a nuisance.
Yes,
they're ugly when you see them just lined up on sidewalks when people just dismount from them. They're eyesores.
Yep.
They were a big point of contention when I was in Nashville. Nashville fought very hard to get those removed from the streets, saying it just makes the city look low class.
Yeah.
So in this one, the Haverford Township Police Chief, who's John Viola, he has said that what police have been doing is that they have encouraged helmet use for kids by giving out cupcakes and ice cream coupons to kids that they see wearing helmets. So just trying to do some positive education. If they see a kid riding one of these things, or maybe anybody, different students, but they say, here's a coupon for some ice cream, some cupcakes, please wear helmets. So now, though, this thing has some teeth. They have until January before that phase of actually $25 fines for noncompliance goes into effect.
Interesting.
Road Warrior says some of them now go up to 50 miles an hour.
Is that right? 50?
Wow.
They're fast.
That's insanity. It's insanity. Dawn, we should do the sponsor. And
we'll do the sponsor and Phillies.
Get the rest at 7.
Phillies won against the Mets, obviously, but the problem is we lost Trey Turner and third baseman Alec Boehm, 10-day injured list.
Yeah, but they'll be back for the postseason. They'll be fine. The Phillies are 8 games up right now.
Yeah,
it's I'm calling this right now. I think we're gonna see a repeat of '93. Not in the way that you think, but I think it's gonna be a
Phillies Blue Jays. Just no Joe Carter, Mitch Williams walk off.
Don't sleep on the Blue Jays. They're a good team.
Yes,
they're a very
are.
good team.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You could argue, actually, they are. They're the best team in the American League.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we won 1-0.
About
Piazza
that.
Auto Group. We always win with Piazza Auto Group, our sponsor. Discover your next drive. Piazza Mazda, Westchester, or Reading. Proud to offer gas, hybrid, and plug-in hybrid models. Piazza Mazda has you covered with the extensive models lineup. Browse inventory at piazzamazda.com, Piazza, piazzamazda.com. Nick, the forecast, we're heating up again today.
That is correct, Dawn. 49 degrees right now, but going up to 74 today. Sunny, dry, low humidity. Going to be absolutely glorious. It's brought to you by MT Rule, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Tuesday Big Take. America's Big 3 crime culprits. Coming up next. Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. John Ashdale, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai, has over 200 vehicles in stock, including new Palisades, Konas, and Tucsons, each coming with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain and Hyundai Assurance. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial Hyundai, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big trade incentives are the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time, without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downingtown. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. 0% financing applies to select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade. Not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
We are absolutely loaded here on a Tuesday morning. A ton of great stories to get into. The cut sheet is going to be great, and Matt Rooney will join us as we inch closer to November in New Jersey. He'll be joining us in studio about halfway through the cut sheet. Coming up at 8:30 this morning, it's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps and watch us on YouTube. 626. Let's get to a Tuesday morning. Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Wawa, crime culprits in America, the Big Three. So culpability matters, and there are many factors that go into who commits a crime and why. But once you enter the system, odds are you become a repeat offender, which is known as recidivism. And we talk about recidivism rates in this country. They're very high. And once you're in the system, it then comes down to three big entities. Those would be the district attorneys who don't lock up scumbags for good, the mainstream media who only points out certain stories that fit an agenda or a narrative, and then the same legacy media who calls out MAGA for pointing out their glaring omissions on social media. We will examine this today in light of the execution in broad daylight, as Dawn highlighted in the news on Friday in Center City, Philadelphia, as well as, to a larger extent, the story coming out of Charlotte, North Carolina, that has garnered national and even international attention. Yesterday during the cut sheet, we talked about the Savage murder for an extended period. You can see the clip. It's on 1210 WPHT's X feed from yesterday. But for those who missed it, here is a brief video, so get on over to YouTube, courtesy of the WBTV newscast out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Listen and watch.
Brown reaches into a pocket. We've zoomed in on it here. He pulls out a pocket knife. No one notices a thing. Seconds later, he would stand up, and from behind, unprovoked, as we stopped the video, he would stab the young woman several times. She had no chance to defend herself. The attack was over in seconds, and when it was over, Brown walked through the train attempting to get off. Few passengers, if any, at first realized what had happened until they noticed drops of blood on the floor. 90 seconds after the attack, a bystander rushes down to begin lending aid to Zarutska. She would die from her injuries.
Further details tell us the 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee woman was stabbed to death on the Lynx Blue Line light rail train in Charlotte's South End. The suspect, Carlos Brown Jr., pulled the folding knife from the pocket of his hoodie, opened the blade, and suddenly attacked the female victim, stabbing her 3 times, at least once in the throat. She collapsed about 30 seconds later and was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect, Carlos Brown Jr., was homeless with a criminal history stretching all the way back to 2011, including charges of armed robbery, burglary, theft, and misuse of the 911 system. He served a 5 to 6 year sentence for armed robbery in 2014, and he was released in September of 2020. In 2025, he was arrested for misuse of 911, claiming that a quote an artificial substance was controlling his actions. A mental competency evaluation was ordered in July 2025, and following the stabbing, Brown's attorney continued to request a competency evaluation to determine his fitness to stand trial. Brown is currently being held without bail and charged with first-degree murder. This is obviously absolutely horrific, but it's also absolutely preventable. The district attorney in Charlotte is Spencer Merriweather. He rules over Mecklenburg County. Innocent lives and outstanding civil servants have had their lives snuffed out during this man's 8-year reign. Here is WCNC, the NBC affiliate in Charlotte, highlighting another travesty under this man's watch. Listen and watch.
Beyond of what just happened yesterday, and it looks like we're still sort of piecing those things together, the bigger problem, people would be benefited, including us, going back and rewatching the last 3 minutes of TV and you explaining his history and his rap sheet and his falling between the cracks, because it's not just one case this happens to.
Right.
This happens every single day in every single city and all across the country.
Basically what Chief Johnny Jennings was saying. Exactly.
This won't be the last time, I think he said.
It won't be.
Like that.
This has to stop. And that history that they are alluding to, not only with this current suspect, but also the district attorney in Charlotte, North Carolina, highlights an awful police ambush 4 years ago in 2021, where the current and same district attorney dropped this case with the following details. Just 4 months before law enforcement officers, 4 of them were killed and 5 others were injured during a standoff, the man who killed these 4 police officers at the center of the deaths led police on a high-speed chase in Lincoln County, North Carolina. How are charges ultimately dropped when police officers have their lives lost? Another far-left, progressive, Soros-funded district attorney. Merriweather, the DA, is quoted as saying there are complexities of holding defendants accountable with mental health issues. Spencer should be stripped of his law license. Point blank, period. This guy who stabbed the lady on the public transportation, the SEPTA of Charlotte, basically, had 14 prior mugshots. 14. How is this man roaming the streets? And if he's sick, put him in a padded room for a long time. Firing squad, as Stocker would say. Lawrence Jones of Fox and Friends, he would concur. Listen and watch this.
So to be clear, this guy deserves the death penalty for his actions, right? It's premeditated. The way he looked and stands up on him, just brazen in the neck. He's a repeat offender. He had already committed larceny with a deadly weapon. Mm-hmm. And because our criminal justice system keeps wanting to reimagine things, when people are violent offenders and they have weapons, they don't deserve to be back on the street. I don't care if he's homeless or not. If people have mental health issues, get them the services they need. But we shouldn't have to tolerate them in society while you guys try to figure out a new way of doing the criminal justice system.
Amen to that. And let me zero in on a single word he said, tolerate. Why are all of us in free society the guinea pigs for the reinvention of the criminal justice system? This goes back to last Tuesday's big take on empathy for transgender school shooters. I'm done with the empathy. I'm done with the tolerance. If you're mentally ill, get them the help they need and get them the hell out of our lives. Figure it out or get out. And I'm not interested in criminal justice reparations for the past injustices of society. Two wrongs don't make a right. And then you have the other half of the rock and sock connection, the mayor. Democrat Mayor V. Lyles, who says, quote, "We cannot arrest our way out of these issues." What? Huh? Yeah, you can. It's called incarceration, because when you're incarcerated and you're surrounded by 4 concrete walls and a big metal jail cell, it ensures that nobody else in society will have to suffer the unthinkable travesty and tragedy of what occurred in Philadelphia and in Charlotte, North Carolina. As our buddy Sean Farish would say, I think I'm getting this right, short needle, long nap. But now we get to the next culprit, the media, who after multiple days of ignoring the story to a large degree, pivots in this fashion. Axios headline, quote, "The gruesome video of the fatal knife attack on Irina Zarutska on a light rail car in Charlotte is drawing attention from MAGA influencers seeking to elevate the issue of violent urban crime and accuse mainstream media of undercovering shocking case." Hey, Axios, how many stories did you and your mainstream culprits and media hacks alike write on the Daniel Penny case? Hundreds, maybe even thousands, perhaps a bazillion. And he was a good Samaritan, trained to kill people, and you painted him to be evil because he was white, protecting a subway from a minority with a track record of violence, a history of awful behavior and mental health issues. And now this case received almost zero attention because of the races of the victim and the suspect. That's a fact. Then Axios writes, quote, "The video is easily shared or leaked and can instantly pollinate across social media, a visual counterpoint to statistics showing crime decreasing." Again with this decrease, as if that's good enough? Down from what? Record highs? That's nonsense. And stop with the wording such as cross-pollinate. This is not an ad for Allegra or Zyrtec. But here's what I say. If crime is down, then full transparency, show us all the stats. No smoke and mirrors, no manipulation of numbers, no partial truths. Give us arrests, charges that were dropped, those who made bail, those who had a reduced bond. I want the full smorgasbord of crime stats in all of these cities where you say you're safe, because you're the same media telling all of us Joe Biden was fine, nothing to see here with his health. The same ones telling you it's your imagination now. You're safe, crime is under control, it's on the decrease. That's a hard sell considering the last 5 years you've been exposed for lie after lie after lie. The solution, if I'm Donald Trump, I get in touch with Elon Musk, I mend the fences like Dawn prays for every night, and I find a way for him and a few other Republican gazillionaires to start funding law and order Republicans in local big city DA races that can match George Soros dollar for dollar and maybe even then some. Until then, this might not end. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Wawa. The newest $6 meal deal is here. You choose a shorty hoagie, a chicken sandwich, or a wrap, plus a small fountain drink and some Hearst chips. I like the sour cream and onion myself. All for just $6. 3 choices, unlimited flavors, just the way you like. Gotta have a Wawa. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat. So what is the solution here, Dawn Stensland? I know we have the fallout of defund the police. We have police shortages. It's not a police issue right now. I think the biggest issue starts once it enters the legal side of the criminal justice system with the DAs. Until we get these DAs out of office that clearly have a zest for defending in some ways on kind of a bizarre, inadvertent fashion, we have a lot of Johnny Cochrans masquerading around as DAs. How do we ever make big cities or top 20 cities in this country truly safe?
I think the issue is, are women safe in America? You know, oftentimes we'll talk about Sharia law. People will say, well, Sharia law is wrong because women in certain faiths in Muslim countries, etc., have to cover their faces. But isn't this the American Sharia, if you will, that women don't matter? We cannot define women. Anybody can be a woman. And if you are attacked, well, what did the anchor person say? Well, this happens all the time. Mm-hmm. No. What happened in Charlotte and these violent crimes like this against women don't happen all the time. That's why everybody's talking about this. If you see crime against anybody in a city, generally, or anywhere, generally speaking, somebody who is butchered, who's brutally stabbed over and over and over. You think about that. More than a dozen times. By some reports, she was stabbed nearly 24 times. Generally speaking, that is a crime of passion. So what was the passion here? And it's not good enough to me, having covered more than 1,000 murders as a news reporter in my life. Mm-hmm. It's not good enough to just say, oh, well, this guy is crazy. It's a mental health. No, there are a lot of crazy people, okay? But thank God they don't go around stabbing people, dozens of times or whatnot. So what was it about her, about Irina, that he chose her? And so you look around and they are blurred out, but there's no question in my mind, number one, it's because she's female. She's a young woman. She's tiny, but she's white. Not only is she white, she's blonde. And if you listen to the audio, after he stabs her, it's hard for me to believe that violent of a repeated act, this big man standing over her like that, hard for me to believe that nobody noticed.
I know, right? Wouldn't she?
Number
one.
You
would just, I know this is a cringe thing to say, and I'm not trying to give people bad visuals or audible things, but like when you get, I would just imagine, you got stabbed right in your throat. She's not screaming.
Standing over her.
She's not screaming bloody murder upon first impact. Everybody just sat there in their own little world. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, it's too hard to believe. And then if you watch as he walks through the train with her blood dripping, then also he's muttering and he's speaking and he's saying something to the effect of, I got that white girl. I got that white girl. So identifying her as white and female. And so we have to look at this in the country and look at the story on Friday. Thank God we're talking, about a young lady in her early 30s looking for her crime, I guess. Her death penalty was delivered because why? Well, she went into Philadelphia, into the city, into 12th and Chestnut Streets, feeling safe to go to a job fair. And then when she saw, reportedly by police, when she saw another woman being threatened with a screwdriver by a man, she got involved. So I think we have to call this out and say, and by the way, when D.A. Krasner here in Philadelphia talks about crime stats being down by a percentage, he's talking about homicide in particular. Look at the statistics against women. Look at the assaults on women. Those have gone up in the city of Philadelphia and across the nation.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Coming up next, what is most important to the personal definition of success in Generation Z? The disparity in the gender gap between young Trump supporters and young Kamala Harris voters from last fall. We're back after this. Stay right there.
Shopping for an engagement ring can feel a lot like shopping for a used car. You walk in, you're not sure who to trust, and you're wondering if you're getting the real deal or a good sales pitch. That's why people are turning to Family & Company Jewelers. They're changing the game with full transparency, no pressure, no commissions, and now every piece of jewelry in the showcase has the price right there on display. No surprises, no haggling, just real value from our friends at Family & Company Jewelers, doing things right. Route 70 Pharmacy in Marlton, New Jersey.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
What would you do if you had a little bit more money to do it?
I'd go to law school.
I'd open a bakery. I'd travel to visit my grandparents I haven't seen in 10 years. We all have things we want to do in life, and there are people who want to help you do them. So how do we best ask for that help? GoFundMe. GoFundMe is the #1 fundraising platform. 200 million people have used GoFundMe to support people doing things like furthering their education, starting a small business, or bringing people together in support of a cause. No matter what your goals are, GoFundMe helps you take an important step toward them. GoFundMe is free to set up and manage, easy to use, and designed to help you reach your goals.
The community was so supportive in helping me finally open my bakery. Now, every day I wake up and get to do what I love. And it all started with GoFundMe.
What would you do if you had the money to do it? Get started today with GoFundMe. Start your GoFundMe today at gofundme.com/news. That's gofundme.com/news. gofundme.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe with actors voicing experiences inspired by our users.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneri. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneri is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneri and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneri's office does everything. Dr. Veneri's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at World Cafe Live in Philly, Wednesday, November 19th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, 6:45 live on a Tuesday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We have a lot of good stories to get to. We will get to what has come out courtesy of the House Oversight Committee on the Trump-Epstein allegations. Some new material, some new content. We'll kick around that after the news leading into the cut sheet.
Boy, that book is wild.
Can I order that in the audio version?
That book is wild. Where's the 8-part documentary on Netflix on that book, huh? Oofa.
What book? The birthday card?
The birthday book.
The Epstein book. The first 50 years.
I'm going to write a book called The First 60 Years. Also, the only 60 years, because I'll be dead in 18. But let me get to this.
So a convicted... Wait, so we're calling it an Epstein book?
The birthday book.
A convicted sex trafficker, sex pedophile woman made up like a compilation of birthday cards, and we're calling it an actual book?
Counselor, you will have full leeway to debunk.
Mr. Kayal, thank you.
Judge
Kayal.
I would be a great judge, even though I went to law school for 88 days. All right, so NBC News Decision Desk, Steve Kornacki. I think this is great. And I think this completely vindicates J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance, I think, was excoriated for saying the quiet part out loud and speaking the truth. J.D. Vance called Democrats the party of single, childless cat ladies. The stats don't lie if you believe Steve Kornacki's polling from NBC News Decision Desk. This is great. Phil, I know Dom talked about this a little bit yesterday. Phil, if you want to throw the graphic up on YouTube with his findings, and the question is, what is most important to personal definition of success? Look at the disparity. The column on the left, for those not on YouTube, men who voted for Trump in Gen Z versus on the right, women who voted for Kamala Harris in Gen Z. And look at the top two for men and the bottom two for Kamala Harris. What is the definition of personal success? Think about this. 18 to 29-year-old dudes. I was not thinking about this between the ages of 18 and 29. This is good parenting. And there's not many things you can say positive about Gen Z, but this is a good one, I think. Having children, the most important thing, 34%. Now, I would advise hold off on kids till you're about 30, until you actually have a job where you can do and afford to eat more than ramen noodles. But that's a great mindset, I think, to have. Financial independence at 33%, a fulfilling job and career at 30%, and being married at 29%. I bust my wife's chops all the time on radio. I've been doing it for 17 years. It's the whole Al Bundy shtick. But being married is a pretty cool thing. Women who voted for Harris, what is the least important for their definition of success, Dawn Stensland? As a mom, as a wife, as a family person, being married, 6%, having children, 6%. Somehow, some way, my biggest takeaway here is that Democrats have convinced young women that self-isolation, shunning and shaming men leads to a fulfilling life, which I think also leads to unhinged rants on TikTok, short haircuts, and big eyeglasses. But it's not even hyperbole at this point. And I know it's one poll, and we can like a poll because it confirms a thought, or we could discredit a poll because we can't believe that people would think that way. But so many young women today, they seem to just hate men. And I'm going to go out on a limb. When they change their viewpoint, perhaps at 45 or 50, and I know the liberal boomer woman might be married and still hate Trump, but they're going to get to a point in their lives where they're like, it might be too late. Probably shouldn't have a kid when you're 48. Complications could arise. What are your takeaways on this? Doesn't this kind of confirm what J.D. Vance was saying to somewhat of a generic 30,000-foot viewpoint?
Well, as far as J.D. Vance, I don't think he was the first one who actually said it. He just made it famous.
But he got killed for it.
Right. I mean, my brother John has been saying that forever. So I think J.D. did make it famous, but he doesn't own that. I think it was funny. And for guys that I know that have a cat, we tease them like, you're one step for being a cat lady, But I think that the truth with this is it's all about the narrative. And so women during, I would say, at the tail end of boomers and the beginning, I would say a lot of Gen X women have been told this media narrative that you must, and I think it started probably, you think about television, so it probably started in probably the early to mid 60s, that women, the narrative was, well, you don't want to be a good little housewife. I actually did a story on this years ago, and it was incredible. Talk to researchers. If you look back at we should play some of the commercials from back in the day, like the late 50s, early 60s, TV commercials. Literally the husband patting his wife's head saying, be a good little Maxwell housewife for Maxwell Coffee.
Yeah, I
those
remember
were the, so women were being told, basically, you're invisible, you're nobody if you're just a wife. Or you're just a stay-at-home mom, which they didn't even call it a stay-at-home mom.
You know how, I think everybody in this audience probably has an experience with it. It is difficult to be an at-home mom or dad and raise a family. When I was out of work for a while in radio and all my responsibilities centered around 18-month-old twin daughters, I had a newfound appreciation for the housewife. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I would much rather go to the office and sit in traffic on the Schuylkill than do that all day.
Yeah, this is so for years, and actually my husband and I had this conversation. He's like, will you write the book? Because for years I've said my book is The Women's Movement is a Scam, question mark, exclamation point, because we've been played. We were told that you have to go out and to be somebody and to be a whole woman. You need to go to college. You need to have your career, your own place. Think about television shows that were from back in the days, the 60s, how that changed. So, like I say, I've done a ton of stories on
Carol
this.
Brady from the Brady Bunch, right? Like, those TV shows. Alice from the Honeymooners. This notion that you're just wearing this little, I don't know, it's not a dress, but like this homemaker outfit, and your hair's done, and you serve the breakfast at 6:30, and everybody's happy, and then you do the dishes and all this other stuff. Yeah.
And think about how everybody looked. We talk about that. We joked earlier this morning about dressing up, but everybody was fit and thin. I would submit to you that women keep it all together in society. We're the mental health expert of our family. We're the nutritionist. This is an incredible role that we now look around and go, geez, what happened? We have a mental health crisis. We have a obesity crisis. Think about this. We have a broken family crisis. We have a crime crisis. You know what solves all of this? Celebrate women for who and what we are as the mothers, right? The women who truly should be credited with holding it all together.
And remember, they tried to shun and shame Harrison Butker, the Chiefs kicker, at that commencement speech 2 years ago?
Well said, Nick.
Yep.
And so if we as a society just looked at each of our roles, and I'm not diminishing fathers or fatherhood, because that's critical too, but part of this is it's by design and by nature really the family unit, just a beautiful thing. For whatever reason, we allowed an evil force, and it continues today, to tell us that women don't matter, to the point that you can't define a woman. Anybody, even with a penis, can be a woman. Anybody can be a pregnant person. And look around at our society and think about what has happened. And all we have to do is celebrate one another.
Yeah. Does Liz Warren look fulfilled? Does Kathy Hochul look happy?
Right,
I say no.
We have to break.
855-839-1210. Exactly right.
America.
Damn right. All right, news to kick off hour number 2. And then I have one other Gen Z story to get to before we get to Trump and Epstein. Gen Z students are now resorting to what as they enter the dorms for the fall? The details on the other side. Kayal and Company, hour 2 is next.
Unlock the door to home ownership with American Heritage Credit Union. Through the comprehensive MyCU Home Connection program, receive exclusive benefits like a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discounts when you buy or sell a home. Take advantage of some of the lowest rates in the region. Your home, your next step, your American Heritage. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to get started. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838. Equal housing opportunity.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades, accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost, month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-220-4067 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-220-4067. That's 800-220-4067. What do you have to lose? Call 800-220-4067. Again, 800-220-4067.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business, whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
All right, 7:02, hour 2 underway here on a Tuesday morning. It is Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. The cut sheet coming up in just about 45 minutes. Matt Rooney will join us at 8:30 as we continue the cut sheet and work in and weave in a little New Jersey politics, as we are just a little under 2 months away from one of 2 governor's races in the United States of America, New Jersey and Virginia. Let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:03, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. This Tuesday morning, we are still at 57 degrees, a cooler morning, but heating up, full forecast in just a moment, this September the 9th, Kayal and Company News Live. So let's get to it. We do have a developing story overnight, and this morning, as Philadelphia police are telling us, an investigation is underway. This takes us to the East Falls neighborhood of the city after a woman was stabbed several times outside a home. So police officers say they were responding to 911 calls. They say this woman's in critical condition, rushed to the hospital, and this morning at this moment, she's listed in stable condition. No motive behind the attack is known, and police say they're still looking for the suspect involved in this one. So, like I say, a developing story early this morning. And we're getting new details in that deadly shooting in Center City, Philadelphia that we've been talking about, all caught on camera. It happened Friday early evening in the 5 p.m. hour on 12th and Chestnut Streets. And this morning we're learning that this began with a fight between a homeless man and his girlfriend. Police and the victim's family say the woman, who was at the end of the day shot at pretty close range, was shot a couple of times. She was killed, but she had initially tried to intervene and pulled out her own firearm. There was a struggle that then ensued. Again, there were cameras from above, surveillance type cameras, crime cameras, building cameras, but as well, some people on the street from across the street. We have that video that went viral as well. And so in this one, in the Center City area, and a very nice area, 12th and Chestnut Streets, like I say, right in front of a 7-Eleven, it unfolded along a busy corridor on a Friday evening. And so at this point, there were a lot of witnesses who are shaken, business owners are shaken. But the video shows 3 people involved. One woman seems to be trying to pull a man away from another woman, a man who has some kind of a weapon now identified as a screwdriver. And the man is then seen taking a gun, disarming a woman who had her firearm, pointing that gun at a woman on the ground and firing at least 2 shots at her. You hear somebody screaming. And I don't know if it was the victim or whether, we're looking at all of this video, but there is somebody screaming, "Oh my God," as this woman is basically executed on a Philadelphia city street in daylight.
Now, we're almost 96 hours removed from that.
Mm-hmm.
Has the mayor issued a statement? Has Sherelle Parker posted a tweet? It's amazing to me how many times these things, and if I'm wrong, I'm genuinely asking, I don't know. It just seems like something that the mayor of the city would want to maybe give a statement on, considering these things don't occur in that setting. Like you said, 12th and Chestnut? I mean, nothing happens in that spot, hardly ever, much less a public execution in broad daylight.
Yeah, and I don't know if, because usually there are multiple, news conferences going on. Somebody will ask the mayor to comment, so I'll look if Mayor Sherelle Parker commented on that. And the other, we've had a lot of shootings since Friday, unfortunately. In this one, the man who's now charged with murder is ID'd by police as 45-year-old John Kelly. And so the victim identified as Lauren Jardine. So she was 33 years old. And so in this one, Philadelphia police say that Lauren Jardine, the victim, she was carrying a handgun. She did not have all the legal permitting or paperwork for that. So there's that. But that gun was turned against her.
I've pulled up Sherelle's Twitter feed. In the last 4 days, she has taken a picture with Swoop for Thursday Night Football, Eagles Cowboys. She has tweeted about a new North Central Public Safety Building, which is in the 22nd District. And she, yesterday, 15 hours ago, she was with Tiger Woods. She took a picture with Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods. Yes, the Tiger Woods.
I know that other Philadelphia police authorities have commented on this. And as far earlier, Nick, you had asked about the priors of Kelly, who's now in custody, charged with murder. And so there have been, back in the spring, he was arrested and charged with criminal trespass, making terroristic threats, harassment, after the manager of a different 7-Eleven, 12th and Filbert Streets, told police that Kelly repeatedly harassed and threatened him, as well as his employees, as well as customers. And so in that one, it sounds like he was arrested, then he was let go and didn't spend any or very little time behind bars, because it just happened last April. And so what he did was he's now, moved on to a different 7-Eleven on the same street. So we have that going on.
Right.
And so some of the store owners were speaking out about this. I told you earlier that this woman, Lauren Jardine, she was actually there Friday afternoon, according to her family, attending a big job fair. She has employment. She had employment. She had a job, but she was looking for a better job and had gone to that job fair. She was just coming from the job fair, walking down the street. So just a real tragedy, her family grieving her. So we have that going on as we update all of this. And then we've been talking about other news as well. I want to get into some different stories as far as what's going on in the city of Philadelphia, making national news, that we have no decision for further punishment on Jalen Carter. So we have that one going on, and a lot of our local news stations saying, is Jalen Carter going to get further punishment? That remains to be seen.
I love how even like Merrill Reese and all those guys now have changed their tune on this, because if you remember, we played his statement after the game, and he was like, "It was disgraceful. It was it was stupid." Yeah, and now he's like, "Well, he shouldn't have gotten thrown out of the game." Like, he spit on another human being.
Yeah, I think the league is only going to fine him, and if any punishment's going to come down, it would have to come down from Nick Sirianni and the team. You play Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs on Sunday in a Super Bowl rematch.
I get it. I understand.
Yeah, Jalen Carter's playing for me.
Boy, what a bad example to set. I really think that it's just bad.
I
mean, Tom Brady made a joke about it in the
I saw that
Giants Redskins game on Sunday.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just like that is becoming his like thing now. You know, it's a shame.
If I'm Sirianni, I'd be like, here's what I'm going to say to you. You're playing this week. I want you to unleash holy hell on Patrick Mahomes. If you have a bad game, I am going to suspend you. You're out the next one.
I like it.
So don't let me down.
Yeah.
And keep your mouthpiece in.
So at the very least, spanking machine and required reading and a book report on A.J. Brown's favorite book, Inner Excellence.
Yes, maybe A.J. can loan it to him.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, do a book report.
I heard Tiki Barber say that the fact that it was on his jersey makes it less a crime. You know what I mean? Because
if Tiki Barber, that snowflake, if he was spat on, is that the right context?
Sure.
Okay, make sure I got that right. I knew spit it on wasn't the right radio.
No.
If he was spat on, Tiki Barber would be writing a memoir about it. He's one of those butthurt guys. He still can't. He's the McNabb of New York.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
So, by the way, the author of Inner Excellence, Jim Murphy, is scheduled to throw the ceremonial first pitch at the Phillies game tonight.
Oh, does he have local ties?
So he's being honored before the game against and it's obviously Mets v. Phils at Citizens Bank Park this evening.
Right.
See how I weaved in Inner Excellence?
I like that.
Required reading. I actually bought a couple copies of that book and gave it to my sons. Of course
you did.
It's a good book.
The book that A.J. Brown had
Yes.
on the sideline.
Against that Packers game back in the. So it's a good book.
Did the boys read it?
They did. They liked it. They thought it was a good book.
Did you give them a test at the end?
I should. Pop quiz.
Dawn can be swayed by anything. Like I have some concerns about you, my love.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. You're like the ultimate like, ooh, AJ Brown reads this book. I must give it to everyone. It's a little odd.
Do you
It's a little odd.
do you purchase
The people
them
you-
from like QVC?
The people you put up there on a pedestal, they could sell you a bag of rocks, and you'd be like, oh, I must buy a bag of rocks. Must buy a bag of rocks.
No, it's just my personality that if I try to read, like something like that is great to read because it's just I didn't know about it.
If I'm starting a cult, you're my first member to go after.
Well, just because you read a book, doesn't that just expand your mind and try to? I mean, somebody gave that to A.J. Brown and probably helped him out with anger management and other issues. Yeah. So to me, I think there's no harm in reading a book as long as you read a diversity of books, take them all in context, right?
Diversity of books.
That's when, diversity of thought.
See? Yeah, there
it's
you
a
go.
good thing.
I agree.
I read the good, the bad, the ugly.
Right.
Greg.
Yeah.
What are you, banning books?
Yeah.
yes, I'm banning books.
Stalker listens to audiobooks.
Speaking of which, I had mentioned this earlier, but Phils did beat the Mets yesterday, playing them again, obviously, this evening, but 1-0 beat them. But the bad news here, left side of the Phils infield, shortstop Trey Turner, third baseman Alec Boehm. They're out of here, 10-day injured list. And we did get an update on Turner's right hamstring, grade 1 strain. The team docs are saying that he should be back by playoff time.
Yeah. Magic number is, I think, 11 now. I love how that's being tracked.
Crossing fingers
Yeah.
that he'll be back. So we have that going on. I don't have a sponsor this morning, but I am reporting live from the Piazza Auto Group and Piazza Premium Automobiles studio, and you better be there Friday.
Yeah. Donald.
That's right.
Yell
Maybe
at
I'll
you.
give it. Greg, I have so many books at home. Greg brings up a good point that I should bring a bunch of books and just give them out.
Yeah, we can do the Dawn Book Club.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a club, but
Yeah.
we don't have to. But, maybe I should just bring a stack and you could just take them.
You ever see those houses in certain neighborhoods where they put a little,
Yeah.
it almost looks like a little mailbox out front, but
Yeah.
it's with books?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I drive by and I put my conservative books in there, my, Mark Levin books and whatnot. The conservative, just because you're making them crazy.
Mark Levin book. Stalker, she just confirmed to you. She's got the Mark Levin book.
I got them all.
That's what I'm saying.
I have Obama books too.
Really?
Yes, of course.
She sells Trump steaks in her freezer.
Do I have any political books at home? No, I don't think I do.
I try
Do you
to
have
read
any books?
everything.
Do you have any books?
I bought F. Lee Bailey's book after before he perished a couple of years ago. He wrote another book. Remember when everything was coming back out with OJ with the Netflix series and the FX series? He wrote a book, and that was when I was getting the itch to take another swing and another crack at law school. And I bought that, and I read that whole thing in about 10 days. That was the last book I bought.
And you liked it.
It was good, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, if you believe OJ was set up and didn't do it, yeah, it's a good read.
Famous American, defense attorney.
So you believe OJ was set up and didn't do
Oh,
it?
no, I think he got off because of the whole Rodney King that happened before.
So you would have been a defense attorney, or would you have started out in a prosecutor?
See, it's interesting. I like money, but I also like justice.
Mm.
And you don't get both as a prosecutor, right? Like,
Right.
I've never understood why you really have to love law and order and justice to be a DA making 80 grand, assistant DA, obviously, making like 80 grand a year after going to law school and carrying that debt. I mean, you're not living a great life as an ADA. You're working nonstop. But as a criminal defense lawyer, make 500 grand a year, represent some bad people. Yeah, they have rights too, right? Innocent until proven guilty, right, Senslin?
That's right.
That's the way our system operates.
Yes, we do.
All right. Philly weather, 49 degrees, going up to 74 today. It's all brought to you by MT Rule, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Cut sheet in just over 30 minutes. When we come back, let's get to the first 50 years. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, we share stories that are funny, strange, heartbreaking, and above all, true.
I myself have been married for 56 years. Unfortunately, to 4 different women.
It turns out the people I was looking for all my life is what you people would call nerds.
Follow and listen to The Moth on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
7:23, Kayal and Company. It is a Tuesday morning. We're just about 20 minutes out from another edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Matt Rooney will join us 1 hour from now. So a lot of things yesterday on the Trump front, and we'll get to our first Trump block of the day for today's show. Let me just zip through a few of the headlines, and then we'll zero in on what everything boils down to, the latest allegations yesterday, new information released. We will allow Counselor Stensland to make her opening and closing statements. Federal appellate court yesterday, appeals court upholds the E. Jean Carroll $83 million judgment against Trump. This is over the defamation. This was a ruling from the U.S. Court of Appeals, the Second Circuit, upholding a lower court decision, finding that Trump did in fact defame Carroll. So that came out yesterday, not to, I think, the surprise of anybody. It's probably going to get lost in the headlines, and it's pretty much a done deal at this point. And then we get to the new photo from the Epstein birthday book that shows, and I'm reading the headline here from the Daily Mail, shows joke about Trump, quote, buying a girl after his, quote, lewd birthday message was revealed. And remember the message. We went through it. We had the visual of the message with the figure of the body, but we did not have, quote, proof of the signature. So Phil has the letter. I believe, Phil, this is case 6. If you want to throw this up, and you can leave this up as I read this. Again, it's the whole weird voiceover where, in my opinion, it doesn't sound like something Trump. When I try to even think of Sean Farish imitating Trump, and you can see it, there's a line from Trump, there's a line from Jeffrey Epstein, a line from Donald, a line from Jeffrey, a line from Donald, and then below you have the signature, or the alleged signature, of Donald Trump in the area of, and look, parents, cover your kids' ears, pubic hair area, that region, right? So that came out. And I'm looking at a couple of different things here. I actually want to go in inverse order for a legit reason here. So yesterday, and we've got another update, which we'll get to, courtesy of the Midas Touch, which they revealed what was sent to the House Oversight Committee with James Comer. So when you look at the facts and timeline of Trump and Epstein's fallout, and I wanted to get this, and nobody seems to really know the specific date. I've got conservative or pro-Trump websites up in front of me. I've got PBS and Politico up in front of me. So I've got both ends of the extremes. And here's the couple of dates that are thrown out. It says President Trump's friendship with financier and late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein is well documented, but its rupture, not so much. Did it end in 2002? Did it end in 2004 or 2007 or maybe some other time? And we know that Trump has come out and said Epstein, and I'm paraphrasing here, stole one of my employees or was stealing female workers, and that's where I gave him the boot, persona non grata, one of which reportedly is Ghislaine Maxwell. But when I go through this and I look at these new revelations from this first 50-year book, there's a couple of things I want to point out. And we'll just go through the timeline of the way this was developing yesterday in real time of the news cycle. So my first one, and maybe I'm being the defense attorney for Trump here, let me just point out, and I don't know if anybody else has noticed this, the differences in signature for Donald Trump. So yesterday, Phil, if you can we pull up some old documents that have Donald Trump's Herbie Hancock on it? Let's go. No, that's an executive order. I don't want to go to that one yet. Let's go to the short ones that just show the name Donald in cursive. Right there. Yes, that one. So there's the one from the book, The First 50 Years, and the little letter, the birthday, Jeffrey, which we read for you on the left.
Looks pretty identical to me.
Correct, but I'm gonna show you the difference
today's.
in a minute. Yeah, the difference to today. So on the right here is the document from Donald Trump 11 years ago in 2014 to Keith Olbermann. He sent him a letter about Ted Turner and something else, Lifetime Achievement Award, keep up the good work. This was before Olbermann went off his rocker and before
Trump rates everybody.
Trump got into politics. But doesn't would you guys both agree, and everybody on YouTube, that right there, the signature, it resembles just the first name, right? Looks like Donald in cursive?
Yes.
Okay.
And that weird line.
It's like the D gets drawn out towards the end, right? Like he just had like a run-on with the permanent marker. Now let's go to all of the executive orders. And Phil, I believe we have a few, if you want to just keep rotating through both of them on our YouTube chat. That, and there's one right there, and then flip to the other one. That is long form, which I believe looks like or should be Donald J. Trump, but it seems even longer than that. I don't know. There's only 11 letters in his name. That looks a lot longer, but his cursive is his cursive. So there's a disparity right there. I'm just bringing it to light. I don't know that it proves or disproves anything.
Of course it's his.
So then,
of course it's his signature.
All right. So then we go to what was released yesterday, which is the first 50 years. This goes to the House Oversight Committee, which is GOP controlled by James Comer. And this is what I find interesting here. Phil, throw up that first visual and that first
message. Hang on. Before we go there, can we just not gloss over the fact that, so he said this was a fake. It's not a fake, right?
Which one's a fake?
The photo. The birthday greeting and...
Oh, yes. Please put that back up. Put the silhouette of a body. All right, so he claims that is fake.
Yeah,
Trump says
so much so that he's suing News Corp for $10 billion, which he's obviously going to lose.
Correct.
So that is not true then, right?
I don't know if it's true.
How does anybody prove it, Greg?
That's my point.
If I wrote you a birthday card, so somebody's having a birthday party for Greg Stocker, our brand manager. Right?
Yes.
He's having a birthday party. And then I'm somebody who runs corporations and travels all over the world, and so an assistant puts a little something together who knows my personality and puts my signature and sends it in to multiple. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then I didn't physically do it.
Okay.
And
Phil,
that's probably what happened.
Phil, put it back up there. Leave it up there while we're talking.
That's probably what happened.
I can tell you exactly what happened. Trump used to have an assistant by the name of Rhoda. Because we used to deal with him before he was, when he was on The Apprentice.
Rhoda?
Woman. So remember how he used to dictate his tweets? Remember there's that video of him dictating the tweets?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He did that too with her. She would type things out and he would dictate it. Then she would give it to him and he would sign it. That's exactly what happened here.
Where's Rhoda?
I'm telling you
Let's
right now.
get Rhoda.
That's exactly what happened here.
But let me just throw this out because it's amazing to me for anybody, and I'm not singling out Stalker or anybody else, but we live in this world when Dawn gives news or TV gives news. Everybody, can I say the word wussyfoots with the P in front of it?
You can say pussyfoot. It's fine.
We live in a world where we have to pussyfoot around with allegedly. This criminal allegedly committed X and Y and Z crime. Yeah. But we just automatically assume lock, stock, and barrel Trump is guilty of whatever because it fits an agenda to bring down somebody.
And because he's a Republican white man. But of course.
I'm going to go deeper
into
this.
He's guilty. He raped everybody.
How do we know that this is not? And I'm just throwing out questions that I think should be posed in any open conversation with multiple people. How do we not know in 2025 that this is artificial intelligence or a Photoshop or a photo crop?
Can I tell you something? I don't care. Can I just be honest? I don't care. We're being played, guys. CNN has it all wall to wall today. The Today Show led with it at 7:00. This is where everybody's being played
because it doesn't fit your narrative.
No, this is what they want to. There are serious things going on in the world and in America, and we're talking about a handwritten birthday note that some dude wrote to a dead dude like decades ago, and that's what we're focused on? I don't care.
So
I don't.
All right, but let me ask
and
you this.
I seriously doubt that Trump actually himself wrote this.
Well, but here's the thing then.
And if he had Rhoda write it, technically he's telling the truth.
We're thinking about 2025 Trump. In 2003, he was writing. There's a letter that he wrote to a San Francisco Chronicle reporter because she wrote a good.
Who cares? Okay. Why is this relevant? I'm really serious. Why is a dead man's handmade birthday card? This is like Kavanaugh and his yearbook. Supreme Court justice candidate. Oh, well, let's get his 1980s yearbook
because the guy.
Here's why it's relevant. If I could get a single word in here between the prosecutor and the defense attorney here, I feel like I'm the judge here. I got the prosecutor's Greg Stocker. I got Dawn defending the guy to death. Here's why it's relevant is because what they want to do is try to connect the dots to say that Trump is a pedophile. Mm-hmm. But there's a major difference here between at the time in his 50s or 60s, a guy who was fondling or odling or talking like one of the guys against 18 to 22-year-old women and saying, well, we could have her for 22 grand. I mean, I don't talk like that, but I've been a part of guys in locker rooms in sports where we say some pretty un-PC things about females, but that doesn't mean that you had sex with minors against their will.
Agree on all of that.
But I think the biggest issue here,
I don't think anybody's accusing.
Nobody knows what is authentic anymore, which is why I was trying to present AI, Photoshops. Do I think that he probably was involved with that? Yes. Mm-hmm. But here's my thing. As far as yes, I go with the letter, in the card, not any pedophilia stuff. But the biggest thing here is we live in this world where they are so hell-bent on bringing the guy down or defending him at every turn. I mean, this is a guy, let's be real, I wouldn't want my daughter to date somebody like that. I wouldn't want my daughter to marry him. But to Dawn's point, you know what? If he was being a little creepy or cringe around adult females.
Here's the thing.
It doesn't make me not want to root for him to succeed.
Let me just say this, that if you go back to the tape in July 28th or whenever this story first came out, I was the first one to say, yes, he did this, but who cares? I was the first one to say that. I don't care.
Sure.
This proves absolutely nothing. We know that they were friends. That's all this proves, that we know that they were friends. My problem with it is that he's going around saying that this is all a lie and a hoax, and it is not. So why is he doing that, and why is he saying that?
Well,
that's my question.
That's the great question.
Thank you.
And like I've said, I'm
not accusing him of being a pedophile.
Yeah.
That never, ever, ever came out of my mouth, ever. I would never say that.
I don't understand the self-inflicted wounds from like when Dawn highlights Pam Bondi on Jesse Waters and now the hoax. And now if we want to debate what a hoax is, you're right. Democrats didn't give a flying rip about this thing for 5, 6, 7, 8 years.
Yep.
And then here's what I think happened. I think Democrats were sitting around another day. How do we try to attack Trump? We have no candidate. We have no policy. Oh, did you see what Pam Bondi said on Jesse Waters?
Yes.
Let's stir this up.
100%
right. So
yes.
To Dawn's point there, I do agree that this is a distraction.
Yep.
But why lie about it? Be like, yeah, okay,
Yes.
I wrote the letter. I found out he was really, really into some stuff that I don't subscribe to, and I cut him off. Like, why not just say that?
Because this book proves that his friends knew that he was a giant creep. That's what this book proves. And by the way, you can download the entire book and read it for yourself. So for those, it's fake news. There's a Google Drive floating around somewhere that has the entire book on there, and it has Epstein's first 50 years or whatever it's called, my first 50 years, and it has all of these. There's a letter in there from Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton says some weird stuff too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like there are high profile friends that knew exactly the type of depravity that this guy was into.
But you know what though? Like Democrats think that this is the dunk on the Trump base moment, but it's really not. And here's why I say that. let's just get past all the minutia and all the headlines and tabloid, TMZ, National Enquirer stuff. Let's just talk policy for a moment. Here's the thing. They're on the wrong side of every 80-20 issue. And even if this somehow makes Trump look poor right now or puts him in a poor light, it doesn't change the fact that the MAGA policy and agenda is here to stay. Because let's just say a hypothetical. And let me say this 3 times. Hypothetical, hypothetical, hypothetical. Let's just say Trump was a pedophile and this brought him down. Do you think J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, or even Ron DeSantis, as Trump's successor in 2028 and beyond, are going to do anything different policy-wise? It doesn't. Here, you know what Dawn always says? Trump didn't create the MAGA movement. He answered it. I would say, as somebody who likes Trump but is willing to talk about his unflattering side, Trump is the vessel. Politicians use voters. Just me personally, I like to use politicians as a vessel to get what I want policy-wise. And when Trump is gone in 3 years and 3 months, or whatever the math is, good chance. Take it to the bank. No matter if it's Rubio, Vance, DeSantis, or anybody else currently in this administration, the Republican nominee in 2028, their platform's probably going to be about 97% identical to Donald Trump. So Democrats, this is not the dunk that you think it is. This also does not implicate him as being a pedophile. There are a lot of people that have relationships with people that do things that are wrong and illegal. Doesn't mean everybody else is guilty of the same act. But again, I don't know. To me, like, why fight it? I would have just said, and this is just me, yeah, I wrote that letter.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's making it worse by, look, the Republicans are making this worse by.
I don't know that. See, here's where I'll defend Trump. Did he make it worse, or did Pam Bondi cause this disaster?
He's the one who called it a hoax.
Well, yeah. But and I go back to what Dawn said about with the Jesse Waters interview. What was the point of that? Where is the communication amongst team members? How does she go out there and say, oh, we've got all this stuff, and then we create binders and we bring influencers, and then what? At some point, Trump has like an epiphany. He goes, on second thought, we're going to have to walk this back. 27 years ago, I pulled out a Sharpie and drew a silhouette of a broad with a big rack. I don't understand where the breakdown happens when you have people high up in your administration. Like, how would everybody not be on the same page? Because you gave Democrats what they believe is a get-out-of-jail-for-free card, even though I don't think this lands. In fact, we played the data. The Epstein thing had about a 2-week window, and then Harry Enton said the Google searches went way, way, way down, and he had, like, Epstein not even as a top 10 issue. So I think this is something that lives on far-right social media and far-left mainstream media. And I think it's like 8% of each segment, and they butt heads while the other 84% of us are like, what's my grocery prices, bro? All right? Isn't that the way to look at it?
Well, the problem is, I think if you look at, you glance up or you see on social media, you see all of the so-called mainstream media, who's not talking about, for example, it's astounding to me that some of them are just now starting to mention the brutal butchering, the stabbing of a young Ukrainian woman in Charlotte, North Carolina. But they all are leading with this. They're all focusing on this. And so for people who don't pay attention, don't read any books, don't read pretty much anything about news or history or any of that, but they do rely on social media. And so what do they see? They're inundated with all of these stories. And so if you're inundated with something like this, it must be true. That's, I think, their philosophy, the philosophy here. Right. So just wallpaper as much as you can, that Trump is fill in the blank, whatever narrative you want, and then go forward. And
Great point.
If you look at what Nick was just showing, and one thing that does strike me is if you've ever done that where you do the photocopy, like back in the day when we didn't have the high-tech printers, because this would have been well over, 20, it would have been almost 25 years ago.
This looks like it was Xerox.
It looks like it's Xerox, but look at the signature at the bottom.
Yeah.
It's faint in some spots. It's not as bold as even the other outline. And so that's why I'm continuing to say there's no question. Trump did not personally make this stupid thing. And maybe Greg's right. Maybe he said to his assistant, yo, Rhoda, can you make up something for Jeffrey and make it sound like I did it and sign, photocopy over my name? Maybe that happened.
What year was this allegedly?
2003.
Okay. And the relationship, according to PBS and Politico, ended somewhere between 02, 04, and 07. So they could have very well have been on good terms when this was published or,
Again, guys, we're all on the same page with who cares about this? My question is
Greg,
why are we calling it a hoax and saying
it might be.
It never happened?
Okay. Because I think that
he calls everything a hoax.
But I think that he did not make that thing. I didn't. And I also think everybody, forgets because you look at how much he's done in his life and how many lives he's lived. And so somebody recently was saying, I remember back in the day when you were at so-and-so and you introduced this Philadelphia Eagles because you did game day. I'm like, what are you talking about? That never happened. I looked it up. I Googled it. And sure enough, there was it was written about in Philadelphia Magazine, whenever, in another lifetime of mine. I have zero recollection of it. Can't remember it. It was something that was in the papers and da-da-da-da. I
don't know what I had for dinner
an
last
anchor
night.
woman to a Philadelphia Eagle and they dated and da-da-da-da. If you ask me right now, Dawn, did you do that? I'd say, nope, never happened. Made up.
Oversight Dems official X feed. They post the picture. They say, we have Trump's birthday vote.
I'm telling you, and you live a lot. Greg, you've worked in one place in your life. You're really lucky.
I have no idea what I'm talking about.
No, I'm just saying that you think about Trump. He's 79 years old. He has reinvented himself. It's pretty amazing, like every 10 to 20 years, and lived a whole lot of lives with three different wives, a whole bunch of kids, a whole bunch of careers. At one point, here's what stands out to me.
I live my life morally.
You do live your life morally. That is true, and that I'm not putting you down in any way. I'm simply saying that he, in his life,
Unlike the guy that you hold up on a pedestal.
I'm not putting him up on a pedestal. I'm simply saying that just because it's it's not even a book. It's something that somebody put together with a bunch of Xerox, whatever that people sent him.
Put up the picture, Nick. Put up the next picture.
I don't have access. It's up to Phil.
Phil, put up that.
Which one are you talking about?
This one.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the other narrative that they have said, by the way. They have said for since 14, 15, and Melania Trump has won all of her lawsuits, by the way. But the other one is, Melania, she's a hooker, she's a whore.
This is not.
That's what they've said about Melania Trump.
That is not
that's
what
they have said.
That's not what this is.
Well,
look at it. That's not what this is.
Look at what it says.
What does that say? Because I can't make it out.
Then? What does it say?
Jeffrey.
Well, I've got the actual Twitter feed, and maybe that's a little better. By the way, where did we shoot
look
that
who
photo
you paid
from?
for.
Did we shoot that from space?
Mail order bride or some, that's base. No, it's a narrative that they keep on pushing, and it's a BS narrative. That's what that is.
Well, here's the bazillion-dollar question that nobody in this format wants to ask, and I'll ask it because I really don't give a rip. If it was found out, again, hypothetical, that Trump was a pedophile, would you?
Why do you keep saying that?
Because
there is zero evidence of that, Nick.
Because that's what this ultimately comes down to. This is the litmus test that Democrats are trying to put against Republicans. Would you still support him? I would still root for his policies to succeed while disavowing him politically as a supporter on a personal level. That's the way I would operate.
It should infuriate all of us that they're still trying to go down this road. They have, first of all, the Mar-a-Lago raid, every persecution that they've done on this individual. And you know what? You think it cannot happen to you. But let me tell you something. If you want to go down this narrative, and just ask Mark Houck, just ask a whole lot of different people across the country, Catholics who had FBI agents stalking them in their church, parents who spoke out at school board meetings. I mean, this is like Gestapo crazy-ass stuff, and this is what they're trying to take this guy down. When he was a star on NBC News, had a hit show for 17 seasons?
Right.
Then you should go after every NBC official and say, shame.
I'd love to see.
Shame on you.
I would
and
love
by the
to
way,
see.
what did they do to Matt Lauer, who was here at NBC, right? Who I've met multiple times. Where's Matt Lauer? You know where he is? Who's seen Matt Lauer? Nobody. You
Look,
know why?
I don't.
Because he did it.
I don't think.
So he's outta
I
here.
don't think Trump's a pedophile.
No, he's not any of the above.
If Trump was guilty of anything beyond
He would
sending
be with Matt Lauer.
sending goofy letters,
Disappeared.
don't you think? Don't forget disappeared. Democrats would have used this in 2015, 16,
right.
17, 18,
So
19.
why didn't they, Nick?
Because
By the way,
they're grasping at
This is
straws.
all they have.
Jeffrey,
So be angry about it.
the text.
You should be infuriated about this because I'm really serious.
I would be infuriated if it was impacting the way Americans viewed him. But all the polling shows that this doesn't land. So to me, this is nothing more than tabloid talk show fodder, which is what we're doing right now.
But it's not tabloid talk show fodder. All the so-called CNN leading with it this morning. The NBC News Today Show leading with it this morning.
Right.
Look at the mainstream media. Look at what is inundating.
This is Rupert Murdoch's Wall Street Journal that has done this. So
yes, and they're getting sued. That's true.
And by the way,
Well,
real quickly on the Murdochs.
By the way, he just tried to give everything to Lachlan, by the way, and they lost that. So it's not Rupert.
Yeah, it's
Lachlan.
Who got control of it now?
His son, Lachlan.
Is he the one that's more liberal or no?
No,
because there's multiple Murdochs, right?
Yeah, he's the conservative one.
Okay.
And he's vowed to keep it in that family. By the way, the text that's been up on the screen says, Jeffrey showing early talents with money and women, sells fully depreciated, name blacked out, to Donald Trump for $22,500.
Sells fully depreciated.
A fully depreciated, sex worker.
Showed early people
that's what
skills.
This is. This is demeaning and it's sexist.
Yeah.
And where are all the groups saying, oh, well, this is what the heck is this whole thing? And this is the BS narrative that they're pushing from 25 years ago, that they're trying to put this all together. This is their evidence. And let me tell you something. If all somebody has on you, if you are a world famous person your entire life and all they have is like chicken scratch BS, photocopied, like made up books by convicted and dead pedophiles, you're doing pretty good. I know you're shaking your head, Greg Stocker, but this is ridiculous.
No.
We're trying to get to the cut sheet time. If
All right,
I had the
sorry.
break or not, it has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Somebody really hit a nerve here by just reporting news person.
It's not news.
But again,
it is not news.
Now the Wall Street Journal thinks it is.
Well, I mean,
the liberal Wall Street Journal thinks it is.
I mean, look, they broke a story about what, and now this was released by the House committee. This was all the so-called evidence. So now they put it into evidence.
The House committee that's run by Republicans.
Yeah, it is.
Just put the
This is
check.
how
Put the check.
stupid this
Put the
is.
check back in the YouTube for a second. So, I mean, again,
Did anybody go to jail for too big to fail? By the way, do we have an investigation into that? The banks that we bailed out.
You are really
No,
grasping
I'm
at
really
straws.
serious. No, I'm not grasping because that cost me. I lost a lot of money, and I don't know about you, but I lost a lot of money. Did we as Americans.
trying to stay on subject here.
No, I'm just pointing out all of the big stories.
This check right here, this again separates what I've been trying to argue. Guys doing cringe or creepy or like,
True.
Again,
Stupid, cringy, immature.
I don't understand like the 60-year-old dude marrying 25-year-old chick. It's not my wheelhouse. But like, again, it doesn't make you a pedophile, right?
Because you're not a rich guy.
Well, yeah, but like the same thing with on the other end. Like, I don't understand why like a 22-year-old female is interested in a 55-year-old guy. Makes no sense to me. I try to keep it within single digits, except for Judge Janine. I would leave my wife for Judge Janine, and she's 72. But other than that, this again in no way implicates him as a pedophile. So I think what everybody's missing here is that they're grasping at straws, and this only does two things. It inflames somebody like Dawn, who will defend Trump to the high heavens, and I'm not saying that as a slight, Dawn. You just laid it out there, all of your defense. Great work out of you.
I know what it is to have FBI agents by the dozens raid my home.
I know.
I know what persecution is because you're somebody in the headlines and a lead prosecutor wants to run for governor and wants the headlines. I know what that feels like, and I know the impact of it.
But
on a
this
much
also-
smaller scale.
This is also-
But yeah, it pisses me off.
Right.
And the fact that everybody gets played and falls for it is total BS.
Well, no, I'm not falling for it. I'm just commenting on what is one of the biggest stories in the news cycle today that is being
Who's making it the biggest story?
Wall Street Journal. I mean, everybody's talking about it. Fox has been talking about
we're all
it.
talking about it.
So here's the other thing. It gives you red meat on the other side as well. Those who want to see Trump go down. But think about how many things they have thrown at him to bring him down. So when we talk about, let's think about the track record of this. Arrests, arraignments, impeachments, indictments, mugshots, one bullet to the ear, another bullet about 300 yards away on a fairway. If none of that brought down Trump, do you think a silhouette with a chick and a check on a depreciated used Volvo is going to bring him down?
Nobody thinks it's going to bring Trump down.
It's not going to bring him down. It's all about the next election cycle, Nick. That's all this is.
Well, here's where they also here's where they also miss that. If it is about the election cycle, they're too premature. The midterms are not for another 14 months. They should have sat on this for next September, because I got news for you. We have all short attention spans. This picture here, this silhouette and this check, this is out of the news cycle by September 22nd of this year. The midterms are not until next year. So they're way too soon on this as well. Strategically, this is another error for Democrats. A, it doesn't carry enough weight to derail, especially if it doesn't derail Trump. It's not going to derail a Republican running for House, a Republican running for Senate, a Republican running for governor. Let's talk about what's going on in the cycle right now. Jack Ciattarelli, Trump-endorsed candidate for governor. Do you think
against a woman, Mikey Sherrill?
Do you think Mikey Sherrill, and maybe she will try to use this?
Sure.
But do you think this will sway anybody?
Trump. That's yes.
I see. I disagree.
Yes, that's
I think
all they have.
I think
they
if
have
you
nothing
are,
else.
I
This
think
is
if
what
you're,
they have.
We'll ask Rooney at 8:30.
And let's talk about Pennsylvania for a moment. I mean, let's talk about our high court, our superior court, and the elections happening, which have ramifications for the next decade. There are elections across the country coming up this November, and Democrats have zero. Right. They have nothing. They have a splintered, derailed party with crazy far left, progressive, commie people. So all they have to run on, this is it. So if they can say, look, this is the party of pedophilia and anti-woman and da-da-da, this is all they have.
But let me ask you, does this land? I say no, because if we're talking specifically about Jack Ciattarelli versus Mikey Sherrill and this bad news for Trump, even though she's running ads talking about Trump, which I highlighted yesterday, because Ciattarelli's like, Mikey's talking about Trump as if Trump has anything to do with New Jersey energy prices, which Jack is right. You've already made up your mind if you're a New Jersey voter, right? You already know you're voting for Mikey Sherrill or Jack Ciattarelli. The sliver of people out there that are undecided is so minuscule. And I don't think that's a New Jersey reflection. I think that's a reflection of our politico ecosphere right now. There are very, very few people undecided. And
but they want to get people fired up.
And if you're swayable, it's going to take an Elon Musk or a Bobby Kennedy to move you one way or the other. I don't think a silhouette of a president drawing a female body or a check for a used Volvo for $22,500 moves the pendulum politically for anybody in an election. That's just my personal opinion.
You understand that for Pennsylvania, especially for New Jersey, if you fire up any group of people, and because obviously Democrats outnumber Republicans in New Jersey, for example. So if you fire up all those Democrats across New Jersey and hope that they forget about, your high energy bills, your high taxes, which are highest in the country, parental rights and all that stuff, and they try to trump that issue, but also fire up women especially to say, you got to get out here, you got to get to the polls, then Jack Ciattarelli loses. Here in Pennsylvania, all of these, and across the country, these are important elections. They matter. And if you fire up one group of people, then you get them fired up, they're going to vote, and then you have a chance that your Republicans are going to lose.
We have to break.
And it's all about power.
Do we really have to? I've been enjoying this.
We do. We have to break.
Don't fall for it. Don't get played. You're getting played, America.
Oh, I love this. I miss this. We need more of this more often.
But don't read books. Take Greg Stocker's advice. Don't read a lot. Don't tell your kids to read books. And by the way, you know what having your kids read a diversity of books does? It's just like any virus, including the woke mind virus. You expose them to the virus, so they become immune. That's what that is, too. Boom.
I think Dawn and Greg both lost. I won that argument, and I'll take that to the bank. Poll question. Boom. All right, we'll come back. And then, around 8:03, we will start the cut sheet, only for Matt Rooney to come in 27 minutes later. Bucks County Estate Traders. It's back to school time for the kiddos. That means if you have some extra time and maybe you're trying to refurnish that home, it's a great time to swing on by to my buddies at Bucks County Estate Traders. That's right, Matt Stanella, my guy. We refurnished the entire house. The man cave is looking great. I've got the 2 TV setup. I've got a couch that I just could fall asleep on. But you know what? It's about deals, right? The art of the deal. Back to style, sales. It's an event. It's happening September 13th through the 20th. What do you have here? You've got 4 days coming up, and then it begins for 7 straight days. You can save 20 to 50% off store-wide. You can explore all of their styles, ranging from 18th century American and European designs to mid-century modern and contemporary showstoppers. I'm not great at defining what furniture is, but I know what good furniture looks like, and I know what I like. And you're not going to find these high-quality statement pieces in big box stores. Massive, climate-controlled Hatfield showroom. They hold over 20,000 unique items. And when you visit, you're going to be greeted by the experienced staff, ready to guide you through the collection. Or you can browse at your own pace. Just walk in with that smartphone, pull out your camera, snap a picture of that QR code on said item, and boom, instant details right to your phone. No matter what room you're furnishing, the living room, the dining room, the home office, or even a man cave like yours truly. Bucks County Estate Traders, they have it all. Shop online right now. Use code STYLE2025. That's STYLE2025 at buckscountyestatetraders.com, or visit the showroom in Hatfield and say, you know what? I'd like a man cave like Nick Kayal.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
Our stock market looks like a bodybuilder flexing in the mirror, bulked up far beyond its natural size. While some of that muscle came from genuine growth, much of it was inflated by financial steroids, trillions in economic stimulus that was injected after the Great Recession and again during the COVID crash. This week's expert report highlights a well-known indicator that says the markets may be overvalued and poised to correct in the future. An overvalued stock market means the prices being paid for stocks are above their actual value. When those stocks are no longer able to be purchased at their exorbitant prices, the value plummets, and everyday investors are left holding the bag. One of the best indicators that the market is overvalued is known as the Buffett indicator, created by one of the most successful investors, Warren Buffett, which he most recently used to predict the market correction in 2022. The Buffett indicator compares the value of the United States stock market to the size of our economy. Today, that measure shows the market is valued at more than double our economy's output. That's over 50% of the historical average, indicating one of the most overvalued markets in modern history. The good news is you don't have to sacrifice growth opportunities to protect your retirement nest egg from any market downturns. Meet with a licensed retirement phase expert who can help you earn market-like returns without market risk so you can enjoy a safe and secure retirement lifestyle throughout your golden years.
To hear more reports that'll impact your retirement future, join Joanne Small-Canella on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, 8:01, Kayal and Company on a Tuesday morning as the cut sheet is officially underway right now, and we don't even need the imaging.
Zoran Mandami says he will reduce the jail population to ensure New York City courts release suspects faster.
Oh, good.
Oh,
They
great.
can
Even
kill
safer.
more women.
Even
Rape
safer.
more women.
Yeah. Cool.
Trump
the jail
is-
population of Rikers has increased since Eric Adams has come into office by more than 1,000 additional incarcerated New Yorkers.
Oh, can you pause it right there? Just pause it right there. The New York jail population has increased under Eric Adams, as bad as he is, by 1,000. And that's a bad thing? What are they, running out of beds? No vacancies? I just wanted to point that out. All right, continue with this clown.
The jail population of Rikers has increased since Eric Adams has come into office by more than 1,000 additional incarcerated New Yorkers.
Not enough.
And what is quite staggering to me is that we know that we can reduce that jail population to less than 4,000. I mean, Vital City had an article about a number of different proposals that could reduce it to 3,700. And some of this also just has to look at the average stay on Rikers in the 90s was 50 days. Now it's more than 100. There are more than 1,500 people on Rikers who have been held there for more than a year. So I do think many of the reforms that have to be made are also reforms around the court system and ensuring that people are actually having...
I'm going to quote two movies. I'm going to quote Denzel Washington in Training Day. How do you say Rikers Island in Espanol, right? And then also, remember Heath Ledger in The Joker when he could spot a weasel and he said, I can point out a squealer when I see a squealer? Zoran Mamdani would squeal like a pig in 5 seconds on Rikers Island.
I agree. That's too many people in Rikers. And it's a shame that Eric Adams put so many in there. What we should actually be doing is killing them, and then they wouldn't have to be in Rikers Island. So
we'll send them to state correctional facilities.
No, firing squads and have them lowered into volcanoes.
Well, but think about it. Yesterday I was having the conversation with Dave Sunday, our Attorney General, and talking about re-emergent programs. And so instead of looking at nonviolent offenders or people who've served their time and saying, now that they've served their time, they deserve redemption in society. So let's now make sure that we transition people who've served that time properly and are now on a road to redemption and make sure they have job training and get back in society and don't reoffend or re-burglarize whatever. Mm-hmm. But that's not even Mamdani's. It's like, well, we need to let people out of jail.
Yeah.
And by the way, why don't you fix the schools? Because if we fix the schools and people have, kids can know that they have a job or they go to a tech school, then they're much less likely to be recruited by these gangs and go to a life of crime that they're doomed to.
Yeah. Look, I am all for somebody getting a second chance after they serve. Now, I'm very harsh and very strict. After they serve their full sentence. Look, if you serve 90% of your sentence and you are clearly rehabilitated, you are remorseful, you are an upstanding prisoner, partaking in all the other activities they do, and people get the feel that, I think my man learned his lesson. Okay, but these people that are out on no cash bail, by the way, just an update on this as far as soft on crime.
Yeah.
Remember last week we gave you the story of the Georgia daycare center worker, the real big black African-American woman who beat the little white boy.
Yes.
Black eye, busted face.
Awful story.
Yes. Yvette Thurston, 54.
Firing squad for her.
She was released on $44,000 bail.
It's unbelievable.
Now, I don't know if that is already with a reduction of 10% or if it was reduced to $4,400, but this woman is on the street.
That woman should not see the light of day. That woman should not be breathing, to be honest with you.
What are we doing? You can beat, and I don't care what the race is, but the mainstream media only presents one side of it when it comes to race and agenda. So I love to give the demographics of everybody that commits a crime and everybody that's a victim, because everybody that's a victim, all of their lives matter, and every bad guy, gay, straight, black, white, male, female. In my world, I'm like Judge Jeanine. I'd hit him with the book and not let him see the light of day. So $44,000 for shattering an infant's face.
It's hideous. It's absolutely hideous.
I mean,
that's absolutely hideous.
That's cheaper than buying a car. How is that punishment?
Mamdani also says, and this New York. This is you guys. This is what you want. Cool. It's a hellhole of a city anyway. It is. It's a hideous city. I hate going there.
When's your next train ride up?
I hate the people there. They're all rude. The homeless people everywhere. It's disgusting. It smells like pee.
How about this real quick?
I hate New York.
I do too. And that doesn't even get me started on the sports teams.
New York. The thing about it is, and Greg, the first time we talked about Mom Donnie, you the first words out of Greg's mouth were, "This is an example of New Yorkers want somebody different." And this is what these are the choices they have.
New York Times Siena poll for New York. Mom Donnie up 4 points on Cuomo, but here's the major disparity.
We have Cuomo in a second.
Ages 18 to 29, so Gen Z, and millennials 30 to 44, 2-1 and 3-1 favor Mom Donnie. Gen Xers 45 to 64 and boomers by 20 points favor Cuomo.
Yeah.
As bad as Cuomo is, older Gen X and boomers will take a terrible politician over socialists.
Yep. Agreed.
Pretty staggering. Yet the young crowd is been conditioned to believe that the government's here to help you and they will make sure that everybody gets an equitable piece of the pie.
I would like to see a breakdown of race in that too, because I want to see how many of those are
I've got it for you.
Upper West Side white elitists.
Here you go. Whites favor Cuomo 52 to 42. Almost a dead heat with black voters 46-45. Hispanic, surprisingly, Mom Donnie plus 11.
Wow.
That's staggering to me. 4-year degree, Mom Donnie 60 to 35.
It's just people want something different.
No degree, Cuomo by 22.
Yeah. Men,
Cuomo by a point. Women, Mom Donnie by 8 points.
This is what happens. This is what happens when you have these liberal run cities that have been run like this for decades, since Giuliani. And, not de Blasio, what's the other one? Bloomberg wasn't a liberal, but, but
a finance guy.
This is what happens because they're looking at this like, we have no other choice. Like, what are we going to do? We're going to continue going on the way we're doing, or we're going to try something different. That's what happens. They just beat these people down so much until they're like, all right, we'll take the socialists. It can't be any worse. He says he supports abolishing the NYPD gang database. Like,
no records.
Roll this.
Cool.
Let me ask you about a bunch of different policies just to kind of get your thinking out there. If city council legislation to abolish the NYPD gang database were to pass, would you support and sign that?
I have supported that proposal. It's one that I've supported because of the vast dragnet has meant the inclusion of New Yorkers on the basis of whether they go out late, photos they put on social media, so much of the facts of life of being a young New Yorker, and yet it then becomes a mark of suspicion.
Hang on a second. He's saying that people who post things on social media, and just the young kids going out, they're labeled gang members. Is that at all true?
I've never heard anybody even label somebody a gang member.
That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. You know who's labeled gang members? Gang members.
Yeah.
Ones that flaunt around guns and wear colors.
Right.
And shoot randomly at houses. Those are gang members. Sorry.
No disagreement here. I mean, but is this really a surprise? This is the this is the faction of the Democrat Party that doesn't even want to vet illegal voters.
I know.
So if they're not going to vet illegals that enter our country to vote,
right. Yep.
why would they want to keep records of citizens with a track record? It's just going to be the wild, wild west.
All right, keep going with this.
Concern of mine that we do not live up to, of all people, Eric Adams's words in 2021, who said that New Yorkers need not choose between safety and justice. Mm-hmm. There's no question that we have to take gangs extremely seriously. And yet I find that a database that includes New Yorkers on such bases is one that doesn't actually do exactly that.
Okay. I don't know what else you can say about this cat.
I know.
And the sad part is, it's not a coin flip. The guy is almost a runaway favorite. Now, I know I cited one poll that had him only up overall 4 points. But again, I would bet money I can't afford to lose, which is $10. that Mamdani wins. Have you ever, and it's not even a competition within his own primary, within his own side. We know New York's history. We know Philly's history. We know the stacked deck against Republicans in big blue cities. But this is a city, say what you want. They've had 2 Republican mayors in the last 40 years. Mm-hmm. Philadelphia can't say that. So it's not like it's impossible to pull off in New York.
They're Democrat Republicans. They're not, you know what I mean? They're
I'm talking about Giuliani.
Yeah, he was pretty moderate.
That's true.
I mean, they're not like...
He's not what he is today.
Yeah. Right. But to your point, I mean, as far as Mamdani, I think in many ways a lot of Republicans, including Trump, secretly hope that Mamdani wins because then they can just run on that because the guy hasn't... What can he do?
Yeah.
Can he make it any worse than de Blasio? I think he's actually worse than him, but I just think that he will be somebody that the Republicans can point to because the guy can't do anything.
Right. You're legitimately, you're not speaking tongue-in-cheek. You've said some of the things that Mamdani says he will do. Mm-hmm. He doesn't have the legal or the constitutional authority to do so.
Yeah.
So all he'll do is make headlines and be a disaster. And just look at his career. He's 4 years. He's in their legislature. You can look it up yourselves. Look up what he's done, which is zip zero. He's a talker. And the only point I'll say about that Friday, unfortunately, when the current mayor, Adams finally got some cojones and talked about the fact and said that, this guy Mamdani, as well as Cuomo, born with a silver spoon, born with every piece of privilege. Where was that speech? You know what I mean? And unfortunately, it was buried on a Friday. Greg played it yesterday, but I don't think it's getting a lot of play. But I think Nick is right. Unfortunately, for New York, Mamdani's probably going to win.
I think after his time in New York, which I think will be one term, he's got one of 2 options. He can make a run for Senate or something like that and be one of these Bernie Sanders lifelong people who end up dying in office. Or he will end up with a primetime show on MSNBC.
The Zoran Mamdani show.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's common.
Yep.
That is absolutely common.
Fridays.
He's charming. He's good on social. Yeah, I mean, to your point. And he'll be good. I think he's a good talker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But there's nothing to back it up.
But he doesn't know how to run. He's never run anything in his whole life.
Agreed.
Do you think he's going to get crushed in debates and be exposed or
no? I think he's a good debater. Cuomo, to his credit, is a good debater too. But Cuomo just looks kind of old and out of touch. Mamdani seems young, hip with these new ideas, and it's just like that's what this is going to come down to, honestly. Yep. Eric Adams, I don't know. He should just he really should just step aside. Yep. Honestly, there's no real constituent for him.
No,
but. And we're not even talking about Curtis Sliwa.
Nope.
Well, he has as much chance as I do becoming mayor of New York. So. And look, although I'd be a great mayor of New York, thank you very much.
Yeah,
brand manager.
Oh yeah, I'd be great.
You'd be better than Mamdani.
I would steal old Howard Stern's platform, which would be
lesbians equal ratings.
No, kill more people, chop up their body parts, and put their remains in the potholes to fill the potholes.
Yeah, my platform would be this:
boobs and money, money and boobs. Great idea. It's a great idea. All right, yeah. Cuomo says that Democrats want someone to defend them against President Trump.
Say that again.
Again, he's making this platform about Trump.
Yeah, it's the same thing Mikey Sherrill's doing.
And he should that's a mistake.
I don't get it.
Speak to New Yorkers. Roll this.
Governor, do you worry at all that the president's repeated attacks against Mamdani could actually elevate him, energize Democrats, and hurt your electoral chances?
No, I think Democrats are going to be energized. They want to come out, but Democrats want someone to defend them against President Trump. That's what Democrats want. They want someone who can stand up and fight toe-to-toe with President Trump. And I am that person, Wolf, because I have done that. I have done that repeatedly during the hardest time in this state's history, which is during COVID. And I have backed President Trump off New York many times. And that's what the Democrats want. They want someone who's going to protect them against Trump. I know.
God, New York has just no options.
Nothing.
Oh,
Again,
God.
how many times do I ask, what is the population of the greater New York area? What is it, 8 million, 10 million, 12 million? And they can trot out 4 Democrats and a socialist, and all of them have failed. That's what the talent pool is in the Democrat, in the DNC, in the Big Apple. And then this guy is going to sit there with a straight face on the Situation Room with Wolf Blitzer, the morning version now, as he's been demoted, away from that 5 p.m. slot. Could you imagine, by the way, if he was up against the 5 on Fox, what that bloodbath would look like in the ratings? But anywho, a guy who stuffed senior citizens in nursing homes. I remember being told you're going to kill grandma if you don't get vaccinated. Andrew Cuomo killed more grandmothers than Social Security.
Kind of like the bloodbath that is between us and that other low-energy station.
It's not even close.
Not even close.
Not
Thank you
even
very
close,
much.
folks.
Brian Stelter. See what I did there?
Speaking of low energy. By the way, at what point do you just shave the sides off?
It's
like, that could be me right now if I was fighting my genetics.
Here's the problem. Nick. And I've said this to you before. You have a good shaped head. Brian Stelter does not. So his head is a melon. And if he shaves the sides, he's just going to look like an egg.
I think...
Right? Right, Dawn, am I right about that?
He should just, maybe he's holding out hope that he'll get that pen, because now the technology, they do a pen and they bring all the hair back.
Can you imagine?
I'm trying to cover up his sides with my finger right now on the still shot.
Yeah.
He does look like Lex Luthor if he would remove the hair.
Oh, he's
You're
just,
right,
and he's like, he's just not an attractive man. And his head is, you know, I'm not saying I'm Brad Pitt, but good God. Good God, man. Look at his giant dome.
Yeah.
No, Nick, you're actually very lucky because, you weren't blessed with a good hairline, but you're blessed with a good shaped head. So the bald look is fine on you.
Yeah, it's passable.
He says that the murder of Irina, how do you say it, Dawn?
The Charlotte chick.
Irina.
Is being used as a political symbol, with MAGA media calling for more forceful punishment and more incarceration.
Oh, okay.
Roll this.
I think what the president said kind of got to this. He was talking about something that had just happened. This actually happened last month. It only gained national news attention here in the past couple of days. Why is that?
Right, most murders in the U.S. never become national news. This one's garnered attention for a couple of reasons. Number one, first and foremost, the recent release of that gruesome video. Second, the energy from pro-Trump activists. They picked up on this video from local news and ran with it. It's a little bit like the times when civil rights groups have raised attention about police-involved shootings. In this case, it is Trump-aligned influencers who are posting up a storm about this case on social media. Really, over the weekend, Elon Musk, Charlie Kirk, other Trump-aligned figures succeeded in making this senseless death a symbol of big city crime. We heard President Trump asked about it yesterday when he was heading home from New York City. He didn't seem to know much about it. He said he would get briefed, and then today Trump did know all about it. That's exactly what has happened here. This story has trickled up from local news to social media and now to the president's attention, and it's being used, as you said, Brianna, as a political symbol with MAGA
just stop
media.
it right there. He is a self-absorbed, talentless, bitter little prick. That's what I hope CNN fires him again. I want Vince McMahon and Donald Trump to come in there and say, "You're fired." And I want the emphatic "Vince, you're fired" on top of it. So is this political? Yeah, you made it political by omitting the story. Did not show up on the AP wire. Did not get covered on CNN, the Washington Post, Reuters, on down the list. And so, MAGA influencers took a video clip from local news. And how about this guy? And Dawn, you've done news at the highest levels nationally and in the biggest markets locally. The vibe he gives off is, they had to resort to the local newscast. Yeah, I would think that local news in Charlotte would probably cover a execution on public transportation. And you know what they really hate?
An execution by knife.
Yes.
Knife.
You know what they hate, though?
That's not usual.
For nothing. For no reason.
They hate the fact that this is a story because it was created on X. And prior to social media, if this story got omitted by a Channel 5 or a network, nobody would know about it.
Yes,
You're right.
You're 100% right. They discredit everything. And look, I am a critic of social media. I think we should all be more critical of social media. However, this is these stories, and we played that. I showed you that clip yesterday, that still photo yesterday. There are 3 or 4 horrific stories that would not have gotten the light of day, on any national newscast if it wasn't for social media.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that social media is putting a spotlight on these things. And for those of you who say it's political, no, it's like a woman was murdered in cold blood on a train just going to work. Like there's if that doesn't tug at the heartstrings. Dawn knows news stories. Like you get news stories that tug at heartstrings, especially if there's a visual like that. You know what I mean? Like the fact that every newscast wasn't running with this, it was shocking to me.
Yeah. And
but they don't want women to see. The whole thing is, and I told you guys right when we started yesterday morning, I can't tell you how many women have mentioned this to me. Like, the thing about it is, this has a chilling effect for every woman everywhere in the country. Are you safe? And so you combine this with the college campus killings, the Lake and Riley's and all that stuff. This going on, not that this guy's illegal, that's not an issue, but essentially, are we, and it's a perception issue, particularly with going into blue cities.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this fall, there are so many things going on. Think about what's happening. I have girlfriends, friends, and relatives. I'm like, come into the city. You know what I mean? Come and we'll go. And they're like, no way.
Yeah. It's amazing. We only can get to so many stories during a show, whether it's our show for 4, Dawn's for 2, Dom's for 3, Rich's for 4. And we have a staff of 2 producers or 2 producers. It's not a bare bones staff, but we're limited with our resources. The Associated Press, go to apnews.com right now. Immediately, what will pop up every time you go there, from the bottom on up, is the Support AP button, and it says news without an agenda.
The biggest load that we've seen.
That is the biggest load of hogwash I've ever heard. AP is a not-for-profit organization with no corporate parent, no shareholders, and no government influence. Our mission is journalism, not profit margins. I know for a fact the amount of writers and reporters for the Associated Press trumps every other news organization out there. And I don't know what they get paid. It might not be a lot, but collectively, they have somebody that could have covered that story, and they omitted it.
And also, it's glaring the omissions that the mainstream media will do, because theoretically, the Daniel Penny story was a local story in New York about a guy on a train who stopped another lunatic. That's all that story was. But what was right in that story for the mainstream media? It was a white guy on a black guy. This is a black guy on a white girl. It doesn't fit the narrative. So they're like, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here, folks. That's all this is. That's all this is. So you can't sit here and tell me, well, it was MAGA influencers that did this, and that's the only reason that the president cares about it. No, the fact is that your stupid network did not cover this because it didn't fit an agenda. It has nothing to do with the localness of it, because local killings and murders get in mainstream media all the time.
And I'm not saying you have to write column after column on it. I'm not saying on network television you need to go on an opinionated roundtable for 13 minutes in the B block of a show, but can you at least, especially on the AP, can the story at least exist?
Well, here's the other thing too. What was George Floyd in 2020? That was a local story. Yes. That was a local story about a cop.
Yes.
And it created a goddamn movement.
Yeah.
So stop with your self-absorbedness of like, oh, well, this is only. No, it's a story because you got beat. You got beat to it, and you can't admit that social media beat you on it. So stop with this. I'm just like, I'm tired of these narratives, and I hear it, I see it in my X feed, and I see it, comments when these people say, oh, well, MAGA only cares about this. They're just trying to ramp up violence in the city and show how. No, that's what the news does. They take local stories. Everything's a local story.
Yeah.
Everything is a local story to somebody.
Yeah, it happens in some jurisdictions.
Sorry.
Good rant.
Oh, good job.
Articulate, well thought out, delivered excellently.
Who should break before Matt Rooney gets here?
That's right, the Rune Dogs.
Yeah.
That's right. He just tweeted out a picture with him loading up. He's got the Arnold Schwarzenegger gif with a bunch of devices and explosives.
By the way,
Rambo?
during this really quick commercial break, I need everybody to go to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, and hit that like button. And the like button is the thumbs up. The thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up button. We're only at 200. And you know that just doesn't sit well with me.
Exactly.
It doesn't sit well with me. So hit that like button.
All right, Matt Rooney in studio next. It's Kayal and Company as the cut sheet continues.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
What would you do if you had a little bit more money to do it?
I'd go to law school.
I'd open a bakery.
I'd travel to visit my grandparents I haven't seen in 10 years.
We all have things we want to do in life, and there are people who want to help you do them. So how do we best ask for that help? GoFundMe. GoFundMe is the #1 fundraising platform. 200 million people have used GoFundMe to support people doing things like furthering their education, starting a small business, or bringing people together in support of a cause. No matter what your goals are, GoFundMe helps you take an important step toward them. GoFundMe is free to set up and manage, easy to use, and designed to help you reach your goals. The community was so supportive in helping me finally open my bakery. Now, every day I wake up and get to do what I love. And it all started with GoFundMe. What would you do if you had the money to do it? Get started today with GoFundMe. Start your GoFundMe today at gofundme.com/news. That's gofundme.com/news. gofundme.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe with actors voicing experiences inspired by our users.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Living heart healthy means paying attention to cholesterol goals. And for 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been a trusted ally in helping people reach those goals and supporting overall heart and wellness. And right now, Rescue is offering a free bottle of Rescue LDL XQ10 with every bottle purchase of Rescue 1250 Omega-3 Soft Gels. It's Rescue's most popular wellness duo. Just add Rescue's 1250 Omega-3 to your cart, apply that code TOGETHER at checkout, and Rescue LDL XQ10 will be added for free. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online at res-q.com. Remember, use that code TOGETHER when buying any quantity of Rescue 1250 Omega-3s to get the same quantity of Rescue LDL XQ10 for free. Again, use that code TOGETHER at res-q.com. Do it today.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe hard work should be rewarded. And this month, we're rewarding you. As a family-owned company, proudly American-made and tariff-proof, we've built a reputation for delivering high-quality kitchen and bath remodels for over 45 years. Now, for the entire month of September, enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and bathroom project. It's the perfect time to bring your dream remodel to life with trusted craftsmanship and unbeatable savings. Don't wait. Call Kitchen Magic or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is 8:33. We are live on a Tuesday morning. It's Kayal and Company.
By the way, Don Stenslin,
Yes?
Joe in the YouTube chat wants to know if you and I have kissed and made up yet. I mean, when will you people understand? When will you understand? This is a radio show, people. This is a radio show. Sorry, Nick. I didn't mean to cut
Greg
you
is
off.
my work husband. I love Greg.
Thank you.
You guys have been together for 11 years.
Yeah, I've honest
and
to
have
God,
same circles outside of work.
Here's the honest to God truth. I have worked with Don Stenslin in my career longer than any other person. That was Michael Smirkanich. That was Rich Zioli. I've worked with Don Stenslin longer than anybody else. Thank you.
Yes. So I love Greg.
There
Just
is,
so you know,
there is no animosity. In fact, we had a conversation the other day. I said, go at me hard. I love this. You know what I mean? Harder, baby, harder.
You do. You do. If it's not rough, it's not right.
That's right.
And a man who knows all about that is in studio.
What?
Because he's taking it right to the Murphy administration himself. The Roon Dog, Matt Rooney. What's up, buddy?
I don't know what it is about me that brings out the X-rated in you guys.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
But if it's good radio, we'll go with it.
You've picked a great day. Tuesdays are usually a very feisty, combative day.
I nearly drove off the road listening to Dawn earlier.
Yeah,
it's great.
I just put my feet back up and
glad you're safe.
Eat my blueberries.
I did notice
I'm all for somebody going off on a rant, not named me.
Do you eat that entire carton of blueberries every morning?
It's very healthy.
I prorate it out. Usually I get like 2 or 3 days out of this, and then I work in a new carton. Sometimes blackberries, sometimes raspberries.
You wash them, right?
I'm very diverse in my blueberry array.
You wash them, right?
I think the wife does.
You think the wife does?
I think so, yeah.
Dawn, come on.
That's one of the ways that you can get parasites. Not washing fruit and vegetables.
Well, some would say when I was doing sports radio and making no money that I was a parasite. But
well, you need to do a cleanse.
But wait till I'm out of the booth.
You know
if you wouldn't mind. You start cleansing.
Rooney,
it's funny.
Rooney, you try to maha yourself, and then they say, "Are you washing your produce too?
Yes.
Is it ever enough?"
You know, it's funny. I'm like Kayal. I eat blueberries every day too, and I'm going for one of them procedures next month. You know, one of those procedures where
colonoscopy.
Where you know, I'm 45 now. I have to, you know what I mean. Like I have to be careful. And they say you can't eat blueberries for 3 to 5 days. Like what? What?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Anything that can hang around in there. But you know what, though, Greg? Is this your first time going?
It is, yeah.
I had to get one.
Yeah.
There's your PSA, by the way. Make sure you take care of your colon, kids.
Absolutely. Yes.
But if you have young kids and you're busy like you are, it's actually a nice day off. The cleanse stinks.
Yeah.
Literally.
But literally. But then you get to go in, you get to wear pajamas, you get to take a nap. When you wake up, they give you juice and cookies.
Yep.
Somebody picks you up and drives you home.
Yep. I'm actually looking forward to all of that. Not the prep of it, but I'm looking forward to the
Yeah. You don't remember it, at least if it goes correctly.
Somebody said it's the best sleep you'll ever have.
Yes.
Oh yeah, anesthesia is great. Yeah. I understand why Michael Jackson used it every night before bed. But it really is. I've had surgeries.
Among other things.
And I'm telling you, man, when you're laying there and you feel that cold injection and you can smell it, and then the eyes start to flutter and you go out. Oh, it's glorious.
Matt Rooney, are you a speaking of unhealthy, are you an extra value meals guy from McDonald's? Are you a McDonald's guy?
I am. I like the breakfast.
Breakfast McDonald's.
If I have time, I will stop and I will get myself a McMuffin, preferably with ham, large coffee, the hash brown, slides right down my gullet. I am not Maha. Like, I support Maha in principle, but I'm a Maha hypocrite. If you cut me open, I'd look like that. Remember they catch the first shark in Jaws, the one they think is eating the kids?
Yeah, the little Kittner boy doesn't spill out.
And everything, yeah.
Right.
Everything except for the little kid would just spill right out of me. Hash browns, McDonald's cups.
Now, do we know with 100% certainty when breakfast ends at McDonald's?
10 a.m.
All right, because in Big Daddy with Adam Sandler, there was a discrepancy between 10:30 and 11.
Oh.
And I haven't done fast food breakfast in probably 25 years.
Yeah, I believe it's 10 a.m.
It's 10.
All right.
Have you guys seen all the videos of how all the meat is made at all these fast food places?
Rooney
hasn't stopped.
I'll send you.
Hasn't stopped 47 from getting a Big Mac or a quarter pounder.
It's true.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me at all. I figure you have enough stuff in your stomach to kill it.
I will
when it
say,
gets in there.
Once a year, man, you get a nice quarter pounder, an order of fries purely soaked in salt and grease, piping hot.
Yeah.
See, all this talk of Greg and Dawn kissing doesn't do it for me. Nick describing a McDonald's cheeseburger.
Once or twice a year. You just
now we
got
know how to
yourself.
turn Rooney on.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, well,
I need a moment. Hold on.
We're going to play the CEO of McDonald's talking about how the extra value meals are back, and then we're going to play somebody going on an unhinged rant at McDonald's. So the two different sides of the spectrum from McDonald's. Roll this, Phil.
Yes, value meals are back.
Wow.
And we have our most popular meals, the ones you just went through, will be back. 15% discount on those most popular meals and a 5% discount on all the other meals.
So the extra value meals are back, but what are the price points?
They're lower prices. That's what they're saying.
Like price points like they were in 2005? See, I need more information. Is an extra value meal $11.99? Or is it whatever it was 20 years ago?
You know what's funny is that every once in a while, I'll get my son a Happy Meal because he doesn't actually like the food at McDonald's. He just likes the toy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So he's like, let's go to McDonald's. I'm like, you don't really want to eat the McDonald's, which I'm fine with, by the way. They can just give him the toy and not give him the meal.
You can just buy the toy.
And I'll just, be fine. But I don't... Like a Happy Meal is what? Like, I don't know, $5?
Yeah.
$6, something like that?
And the dollar, when I was in college, 04, the dollar menu had the authentic double cheeseburger.
Yes.
And they were not these little McDoubles now, which is a smaller version.
Yeah.
And the McDouble is still not even $1. I think it's like $2.99 or $2.69. It's outrageous.
Thanks, Trump.
Yeah, blame Trump on that. By the way, too, also, is that the same CEO that was complaining about Trump's policy with no tax on tips? Last week,
I don't know if that's the same CEO.
Okay, one of the big wigs, the biggity bigs, as Dawn likes to say, for McDonald's was saying, well, it's not fair to my employees because we don't allow our McDonald's employees to take tips. And I'm thinking, well, change your policy. Starbucks does it.
Yeah.
Right?
What's the problem with tips at McDonald's anyway? Are they worried they're going to give away too many hot apple pies? Where's the potential for corruption?
They
there?
pay. McDonald's will pay you.
Yeah, they pay well.
They pay well.
They actually do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They pay more than the producers here.
They do. I'll take that to the bank right now. You want to be third shift manager at McDonald's?
Oh, man.
Or do you want to produce Kayal and Company?
I wasn't gonna bring this up, but I'm coming in every Tuesday because Greg's buying me a McDouble.
which basically offers your pay.
Yeah, I'm really slumming it here, folks.
On average, they pay. What do they pay? 23 hours for $23 an hour.
Yeah,
for a cashier.
Right.
Wow.
They're not paying you minimum wage in this state.
But their managers are making six figures.
Oh yeah,
6 figures
easily.
Yep,
easily.
A McDonald's manager is making 6 figures.
Yep.
Look it up.
Right. Wow.
What are we doing here?
That's what I was just gonna say.
We could be eating cheeseburgers and All right. Goodbye, folks.
And they say capitalism is dead, huh?
All right. Well, let's go to this woman who had a meltdown at a McDonald's. I always love these. I always love these meltdowns, Ernie, because these people, they walk in, they feel entitled to some filet of fish, and
but they didn't get it with all the fixins they asked for.
It doesn't go their way. So this large woman who probably could use a little less McDonald's has an outburst. Roll it.
Who's in the drive-thru? Because my parking, I'm not moving until I get my food.
Still want to be a manager?
No way.
Yeah, that's a great point, Dawn. If I have to put up with rhinoceroses like this, then maybe
seriously,
maybe I do deserve six figures.
And look at the manager just sitting there taking it.
I know.
I know. And that's what they have to put up with.
I know.
Yep.
24/7, and it's a anything restaurant food. You're there 24/7.
Yeah.
I just want to ask her, I mean, is she ordering the fish because she thinks that battered whatever it is, which probably not really fish, is on the Mediterranean diet? Because it's not, right? You're not getting sushi grade salmon, lady.
This is my fish sandwich. I'm on the Mediterranean diet.
As she rolls in wearing Crocs with socks. If I see you in Crocs in public, I automatically assume you're a lowlife.
It's just
well, unless you're under the age of 9.
Yeah, my daughters wear them, which is I allow it.
Let's start this over, Philip.
Watch this again.
Who's in the drive-thru? Because my parking, I'm not moving until I get my food. No way. This is mass drive-thru.
Security.
All I have are pickles and no onions. And like mac sauce.
Pickles and onions.
No, I mean, that's the problem.
Mustard.
Can I just say this? Rooney, I say this all the time. We used to be a proper society.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what happened. Like, what made everybody just so angry?
Remember back in the day?
Because they just don't know how to make your McDonald's.
You remember when you were growing up and you'd go to McDonald's and you'd go in and you'd see people that look like your grandparents and they're sitting there milking that 99-cent coffee, reading the USA Today, just enjoying a 2-hour nothing to do in retirement.
Yeah.
Eventually, I'm going to write a book, and maybe we can all co-author it.
Yeah.
It's called The Death of Shame.
Yes.
And I think it grew out of my generation and Nick's generation. The self-esteem movement went awry. It was great to teach kids that, hey, you have value, right?
Yeah.
But somehow that mutated into all your choices, all your emotions, all your feelings must be validated. And then at some point, that mutated further into you can be 800 pounds and scream at some poor person because there was onions on your fillet of fish.
I'm fat,
without
ugly,
any
and
consequences.
poor, but I deserve the world to be handed to me.
Whereas, look, I mean, I'm not saying we should send the person to a forced fat camp, but if I look like that and I was screaming about a fillet of fish, I would be embarrassed, right?
So
I'd be
embarrassed.
ashamed of my life choices. But now it's beautiful, right?
Yes.
Big is beautiful.
Everything's
letting all of your emotions out is beautiful.
Unhealthy
no, you're an idiot.
is healthy.
Yeah.
Right.
Unhealthy, nothing to see.
So we need to be a little bit more ashamed of ourselves.
And she's complaining about the drive-thru.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming she was sitting in the drive-thru, waiting forever, and then came in. Well, maybe you should have just came in the first place. Come in.
Well, sitting in a car can't be a very healthy experience for her, though.
The drive-thru is almost never faster, right?
know what?
Haven't we all realized that?
No.
They
By the
forced her to get her steps in.
Yeah, it's true. It's a good point. And she's screaming, which built up your heart rate, Dawn says. You're right. Maybe this is actually just. I gotta tell you guys though, I've never I go to McDonald's sometimes they never get my order right. They never get my order right. It's always I always
Just order why do you have to get a special order?
Are you like my wife and daughters that always do substitutions?
I
don't want the barbecue sauce, but I'd like a side of honey mustard. Can you go extra lettuce?
I have not been to a McDonald's in forever. And the best is that when you get to the drive-thru, they ask you,
"Are you a rewards member?"
I'm sorry, what?
You have an app?
Do I have an app? No, I just want to order something. It's just a.
Okay, let's.
And you can't
I'm sorry.
understand what they're saying.
Yes. I'm sorry, what?
First window, pull ahead.
First one to flight.
No, I haven't ordered yet. I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
It's the worst.
They sound like they don't even want to be there.
Oh, God.
And now we know they're getting paid $23 an hour to do something that, a 5-year-old could do. It's a very simple job. Fill up the fries, drop them in a basket, wrap the burger, put it in a bag.
4-piece chicken tender, Happy Meal, fries, apple slices.
You want fries or apple slices?
I said fries and apple slices. Or fries instead of apple slices. Whatever.
That's why you should have used the app.
Yeah, I know. It's easier to use the app, absolutely.
But are you an easy order? Because for me, when I go out to eat with my wife and daughters and then the in-laws, everybody, what's on your gluten-free menu? What type of oil do you use in your fryers?
Yeah.
Can I substitute the ranch for this? Can I get a vodka cranberry light on the ice with this and that? And I'm thinking, by the time they get to me, I know the waitress is ready to commit a homicide, and I say, I'm going to be very easy. I'll take the Bob's Classic as is.
Yes.
Whatever. Yep. Like everybody else with these substitutes.
Yes.
Good God.
Yes.
It's a $12 meal.
Chris Eppolito, you are 100% correct. Leo gets Lethal Weapon 2, I think it was. You get effed in the drive-thru. You always get effed in the drive-thru. Leo gets Lethal Weapon 2. Nick Hill, have you seen Lethal Weapon 2?
That's what, Danny Glover and was it Mel Gibson?
Yes.
I've seen the first one.
And Joe Pesci.
I've seen the first one.
Joe Pesci's in the second one.
That's right.
Pesci's in the
was
second
that
one?
That's Leo Getz. Leo Getz.
Yeah.
But he's not in the first one.
No, he's in the second one and third one.
I've never seen the second one.
Oh, the second one's better than the first one, actually.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
It is.
I find that hard to believe. It always feels like the first one is always the best of a series.
All right, can we get back to start this over? This is only a 90-second clip. Go.
Who's in the drive-thru? Because my organ, I'm not moving until I get my move. Feel like. Bitches mad drive-thru. All I started want pickles and no onions. And like that sauce.
Mustard.
No, I don't want no come in here to talking about,
Bro.
A guy there with the headset on just trying to bang out a shift.
She took the order. The code is not coming again until 15 minutes. I want the
Everybody just leaving.
She took the code. I want the food.
I want the food.
The guy's not even saying anything. He's just taking
He's just listening.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm making
6 figures.
I'm just gonna nod.
Now look at that guy.
He can buy all the filet of fish he wants.
Yep.
That guy back there laughing. This is where we need a chick to come in and choke her out.
So he's on his headset saying, can you please just get her Chick-fil-A?
You can't shut up my voice. I want to scream. I scream.
She's single, folks.
Yeah.
Free to mingle.
Yeah.
You know she has 6 kids, Nick.
No doubt. A lot of swiping in the opposite direction when she pops up on your app.
We might be paying for the filet of fish.
Rooney, we're definitely paying for it. By the way, if you...
She goes, I don't want to hear about the attitude.
By the way...
I does it. How about that grammar, Dawn? I does it. If I ever drop an I does it, please fire me.
Fire you. By the way, if you live near a McDonald's that has situations like this in your house is worth less than $200,000.
You can find a house for under 200. Crack houses go for $275.
Yes. 91 LSX or the ideal dream, the American dream in 2025 is to move away from McDonald's in these locations.
Jimmy Kelly,
100% correct.
Jimmy Kelly says she sounds like Rosie Perez from a 90s movie.
She does. She absolutely does.
White men can't jump.
She absolutely does.
Wow, that was like 20 minutes on McDonald's. I must say.
Is Lynn
that's
a
why
regular?
we get the ratings we get.
I'm loving it.
Is Lynn a regular over in the chat?
Linda who?
Greg, he's in the
Lynn.
chat.
Yes.
Greg, Rooney's in here for all of 68 minutes. He's in the
Daniel's
chat.
mom?
Well, she's saying that, hey guys, it's you are what you eat. It's called junk food for a reason. Make your own meals from scratch. I mean, don't you think I would like to?
Yeah.
Stalker, how do we treat cast members that get caught up in the YouTube chat?
I yell at Dawn all the time because she replies to
I used to do it for 3 hours on Sunday, and Stocker never canceled me, so he should have consequenced me if he didn't like it.
By the way, Matt Rooney show now taking the world by storm on Saturday nights, 7 to 9 p.m. So
we'll do it live.
So make sure
there are no matinees.
Because make sure you're tuning in Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. He's going to save New Jersey for us, folks.
Not just a weekend show, right, Dawn?
It's not just a weekend show.
Oh, remember that?
And I'd
love your guys.
And I'd like to point out, I am well over it. Valdez is not.
Oh,
he's
really?
He's still salty. Yeah.
Oh, I have to have him on. And
you know, Rocky has like a picture of
Yes.
Drago on his dresser, and he like grabs it. Like that's what Valdez does before every show to get fired up.
Good.
Wait, Valdez. Oh, that's right. He is.
Remember
back.
that I said?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Well,
right.
because the thing about it is when when you're a weekday brand manager like Greg Stocker,
Thank you.
you can take it.
I
You
can.
see what I'm saying? That's a compliment. When I give the tough line to trigger you, like look at Greg Stocker, the man, like he's our boss. Like he can take it. We
can.
bust each other's chops.
I can. I
So
take it.
Daniel, we're just trying to toughen you up.
He's
You can
Gen
be-
Z.
Well, but
They don't do
someday-
tough.
But Daniel someday will be.
I'm not Gen Z. I'm Gen X.
Well, I'm saying
Oh,
Daniel
oh,
is,
Dan-
yes.
oh, yeah,
Daniel.
yeah.
Yes.
You do know that Daniel Valdez will be running the station someday.
Of
He'll
course
be
he
taking
will.
over for
Of
Greg
course he will.
Stocker someday.
You're 100%
And he will
right.
remember how we toughened him up.
Yes.
Yeah. And
Right?
look, you know, when we were on vacation for Labor Day for 10 days, everybody was tweeting about how great and deep our quote bench is. A lot of talented shows on the weekend.
It's true.
You know, and if you're on Monday through
When
Friday.
when Dan Borowski and I were working triples.
Yeah. Look.
That's right.
But
you
we
know,
love it.
If you're a weekday host and you'd rather be on television or in your home basement, there's people that covet your real estate.
That's
I'm
right.
just saying, it's a dog-eat-dog world out there, man.
Oh, boy.
That's right, baby.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Hold the onions and everything.
I'm gonna go to McDonald's.
Can
I'll be
we?
back.
Can we? On a more serious note, I just want to bring this up. The police have released. Remember that intern in D.C. That was
Killed.
that was killed. The 21-year-old.
Was this the one coming out of the art museum with his wife or fiance?
No, I think that was the.
That was the Jewish couple.
That was a
Okay.
Jewish couple.
Right,
This
right,
is
right.
This was an intern from D.C. So the police have released the mugshot of the quote-unquote teens. Yes, Nick Kayal. Yes, Matt Rooney. Yes, Dawn Senslin. The teens that did this. How would you identify said teens here? This is cut 23, Phil.
A male, possibly white.
Suspects were targeting people who were riding bikes. In short,
at those
that they were
teens,
trying a
guys.
rival group that was riding bikes. In short, there were several surveillance cameras that captured the stolen car the three suspects were in, circling the block before opening fire in the neighborhood. We know the police were able to track a location on that stolen car. That helped lead them to the suspects and surveillance cameras in the apartment building where they lived, including the night of the shooting, that helped track the suspects' movements and make positive IDs. According to court paperwork, a close relative of the Lucas brothers helped police ID them.
So this kind of breaks the trend, at least Philadelphia-wise, for sure, because Dawn reports on the news twice every morning, and throughout the country in many other media outlets and in many other cities, where you don't get the identity of teens, that they are protected, right?
Yep.
Which, to me, I've been saying for a long time, if you're 15, 16, 17, and you're not mentally incapacitated or you're not, Down syndrome or something like that, if you're a fully functional 15-year-old that's a scumbag, release their identity. Quit protecting these kids.
And this
you're an attorney, Rooney. I don't know, do you practice criminal law at all?
He does.
You do? I mean, how do you feel about that?
If you can commit an adult crime, then you should be treated as an adult in almost every scenario. And I think you nailed it, right? I mean, you take account of capacity.
Right.
If someone is not capable of forming the mens rea, they don't know what they're doing.
Right.
I don't get the sense that that's what's going on here. And let's also remember, too, I always like to say the Constitution's not a death pact, right? There's a reason why the National Guard has to go into some of these cities. We've reached a point where law and order, as we understand it, this country's completely broken down.
Yep.
So that requires new tactics. The rights of these criminals don't outweigh the right of everyone else to walk to work and go about their day without getting choked out.
Right. Dawn, you were going to say?
I was just going to update for anybody just joining us or didn't know the backstory. It was a D.C. intern dating back to June 30th.
Yep.
Congressional intern, 21-year-old Eric Tarpinian Jacquin, and he was one of three people shot that day on June 30th. There was a woman, a 16-year-old kid, as well as Eric. Eric, the others survived, but Eric, the 21-year-old intern, was killed. And there were two 17
Teens. Yeah.
They were 17.
Yeah.
So we don't know. We're not going to know that if their long list of. But then there was a third. They just arrested the third one.
But can you put up that still shot there, Phil? They have up there just more cultural enrichers, I guess. I guess we're saying, they make our culture better, and they'll be out on bail. I'm sure soon, right?
Yeah, it's just outrageous.
Yeah,
I just don't.
They'll be walking the streets again because
they'll be at McDonald's yelling for filet of fish.
Yes, because they're minors. They're minors, and we have to treat them with kid gloves. If they're found guilty, execute them. Thank you.
Now the third one they just arrested is 18 because you can even by the pictures he looks like he's going on 19.
Right.
Yeah. He actually looks
when
older than 19.
When will we get tough on crime here?
I know.
Honest to God.
The last thing I said in the big take this morning is, unfortunately, I think it comes down to, Rooney, you're the lawyer. You tell me. I think Republicans need to find the Elon Musks of the world to match Soros dollar for dollar, penny for penny, to win these DA elections in big blue cities. Without the funding and a solid candidate, you're going to keep ending up with the status quo, are we not?
No, you're right. And it's something that I always forget because I'm in New Jersey where the governor appoints everyone. We elect almost nothing in New Jersey. A governor,
no say.
An LG, that's it. That's why those elections are so important. But yeah, look, our people have invested in the wrong enterprises for a long time. And it's even at the more basic level, right? The left was going into media and to education. When conservatives were not. So they've taken over everything. It's going to take a while to claw it back. But something about having billions of dollars makes people a little quirky.
Mm-hmm.
We were lucky to have Elon, at least for a time. Most of these gazillionaires are all on the side of the left. And I guess there's less impetus for them, right, to help the rest of us out because they have security. They have gated compounds.
Yep.
Well, they were there bending the knee last week, right? Zuckerberg and Bill Gates and all of them.
By the way, guys, so we had the little blow up at McDonald's. Coming up at 9:10, we actually have Fight Club, and this happens at Mr. Panda, Chinese restaurant. Mr. Panda. Mr. Panda at a Chinese restaurant. Because, again, Matt Rooney, like I said before, we used to be a proper society, no longer.
Let me guess. They were all out of the General Tso's chicken, and somebody lost their mind.
Guys, by the way, the visual on this is chef's kiss. Beautiful.
Really? By the way, General Tso's chicken, completely overrated. Chinese food hot take. All right, Kayal and Company, final hour. We can debate that when we come back as well.
Yeah, we need to.
Stay right there.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event happening at Adelphia Restaurant in Deptford, New Jersey on Tuesday, September 16th by calling 800-722-9728 or by visiting crashproofretirement.com.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
.904, Kayal and Company. Matt Rooney with us in studio. 9 o'clock hour underway. It's all brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. The kiddies are back in school, so it's time to get back to style at Bucks County Estate Traders, where you can save 20 to 50% off store-wide. Sale runs September 13th through the 20th. Shop online with the code STYLE2025 at buckscountyestatetraders.com or visit their Hatfield showroom. Open 7 days a week. Fight Club in 6 minutes.
You know who used to really think that we needed to be tough on crime and fight more crime and drug trafficking? A young senator by the name of Joe Biden.
Oh, Joseph R. Biden.
Here's Joe Biden in 1989.
Wow. This might actually be the oldest clip I've ever seen because usually we go back to maybe the mid-90s.
Talking about how then-President George Bush needed to do more to fight crime and drug trafficking. Tongue-tied there. Roll it.
To put it in very personal terms for a moment, Joe Biden, I would settle for a world in which I could worry about the same kinds of things that my parents worried about, in which I only had to worry about the grades my children got in school rather than the drugs they're being exposed to.
Yeah.
That was just like Hunter.
In which I only had to worry about the prices my wife had to pay at the supermarket instead of fearing that she might get mugged by a junkie in the parking lot.
What?
As she loads her groceries into the car.
Racist!
That's racist.
In which tonight, I could call my mom just to wish her pleasant dreams, not for the purpose of making sure she's safe in her own home. That's the kind of world I want. That's the kind of world you deserve.
Yeah.
In a nutshell, the president's plan doesn't include enough police officers to catch the violent thugs, not enough prosecutors to convict them,
It's funny, he
not
has more
enough
hair
judges
now.
to sentence them, and not enough prison cells to put them away for a long time.
Yeah.
We disagree with the president's decision to cut back on our previous commitment to protect against drugs coming across the border,
Uh-oh.
to cut the Customs Service, the Coast Guard, and the Border Patrol.
Yeah.
We think we should do more to stem the flow of drugs across our borders, and we think we should go one step further. Let's go after the drug lords where they live.
Uh-oh. Like
With an
Venezuela?
international strike force. There must be no safe haven for these narco-terrorists.
Due process,
and
due
they
process.
must know it. And we don't have to promise a world without worry or fear.
Yeah.
We're not asking for that much. All we have to do together is to keep our promises and stay together. Thank you.
Boy,
You're welcome. Thank you, Joe Biden.
That Donald J. Trump, he's such a radical with this tough crackdown on crime.
Oh, it's so funny.
Oh, he wants to be a king.
It's so phony, guys.
So maybe the hair plugs rotted his brain out.
Not a joke.
maybe we just solved this.
Yeah.
Also, I love how he mentions, and we talk about these narco-terrorists. Speaking of that, have you guys seen Rand Paul going after J.D. Vance?
Yeah.
Saying he's got no regard for human life?
We have 16. Put up 16. This is the tweet by from.
So we do have the tweet.
Yeah.
You want to read it? Go
Yeah.
ahead.
JD, I don't give an S. Vance says killing people he accuses of a crime is the highest and best use of the military. Did he ever read To Kill a Mockingbird? Did he ever wonder what happened if the accused were immediately executed without a trial or representation? What a despicable and thoughtless sentiment it is to glorify killing someone without a trial.
All of this in response to Vance's tweet of killing cartel members who poison our fellow citizens is the highest and best use of our military.
I think Rand Paul needs to go back and read To Kill a Mockingbird because he kind of missed the point.
Well, Dawn has the
thank
book at
you.
home in her book stash.
I do actually have multiple copies.
Yeah.
But the whole point of the book is
Great book.
that the system can work, right? If good men, good women stand up and advocate for the right causes, right?
Yeah.
And in the case of Venezuela, you have a narco state. So we talk about due process. If this was France, we could call Macron and say, hey, we need you to do something about this. And there is a system that might be able to exact some kind of justice. That's not what we have here. We have a criminal state. It might as well be the Taliban.
Yeah. The presence of police can deter some crimes from being committed. But most of the time, police are reacting to a crime. But once we get them into the system, we have the ability to put them away. Crime is no different than border security. If you have the passion, if there's a will, there's a way. It's a relatively easy fix.
Yeah. By the way, you know how I'm kind of like a wild card, with where I'm going to come down on things. My libertarian brethren are very, very upset at me for not coming down on the side of due process for this. I'm just like, no. I want more cartel members blown up.
Yeah, you
Yes,
just like
they're
that.
always- they're always
You just want
upset.
people nuked.
Yeah, no, I do.
You do. You
I
love
absolutely
firing
do.
squads.
I
You're
love
just-
firing squads.
Man.
And I want, and by the way, even in order to make an omelet, sometimes you have to break a few eggs. If there was somebody down there that may have been innocent, sorry, should have been traveling with a bunch of smugglers. That's what I'm saying. But here's the thing too. Maybe these cartels will think twice about bringing this crap into our country if they know that they're gonna become fish food. That's what I'm saying.
Rand Paul isn't really a libertarian, though. Most self-described, here's a hot take for you. Most self-described libertarians are really contrarians. And let's go back to what this is really about for a second.
Yes.
Rand Paul and a bunch of other young, handsome, articulate Republican guys on the bench are annoyed that J.D. Vance is probably standing in their path to the presidency in 2028.
Good point.
So you have to view everything that everyone says taking shots at J.D. Vance through that lens over the course of the next few years. Is it serious? Or is it jockeying for position?
And here's the thing, too, about speaking of libertarians, I'm going to side with you, Stensland, on this with Thomas Massey, and this, releasing all the Epstein stuff there. That dude has complete ulterior motives. he wants to get after this billionaire who's funding his political opponent. You know, that's being primary. So yeah, he has 100% ulterior motives. It's not about getting to the truth. It's about harming the person who's funding his primary opponent. That's all this is.
100%.
I agree with that. All right.
I would also real quick about Rand Paul.
Yeah.
I think that he is so established and he's so in his lane that everybody goes, it's Rand Paul's being Rand Paul. Like it's strange to me, but I don't hear many people talking about the fact that when he does bust chops, it's kind of like, he's going to be Rand Paul, and they just leave him in his lane.
Why is it that when Greg is a contrarian, it's I ruin the show, but when Rand Paul's a contrarian, it's like, oh, that's just Rand being Rand.
Get off my YouTube chat. It's a good question.
Thank you.
Let us ask Atticus Finch.
Okay.
Matt Rooney, a.k.a. Matt Rooney, our Atticus.
Oh, that's the highest compliment you can give any lawyer.
Nick's lost. Nick's lost. He has no idea who Atticus Finch is.
I'll bring them.
0.
I wanted to name my daughter Scout, but that got vetoed.
I love that.
By the way, my daughter's birthday today.
Look, he's trying to change the subject.
Birthday.
No, we're not. No, we're not doing this happy birthday nonsense. Oh, stop.
Twin girls. Yep. Happy birthday. I hate
11?
the happy birthday song, by the way. Yeah.
Gross.
You hate the happy birthday
Yeah,
song.
you just have to sit there and look stupid for 43 seconds.
Aw, just videotape.
I don't like when they sing it to me.
Oh.
They know that bothers me.
It's good.
In my family, we do the hula.
Nobody likes
you. Sing
you.
happy birthday, and you go, here's to Greg and the way he does the hula.
Yeah.
Nobody likes Nick enough to sing happy birthday to him.
That's also true. Factually correct.
All right, let's do this. Come on.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight. I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man.
We are going to knock you out. Fight Club on this Tuesday. Sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority you. Visit tricounty.com. Thank you, Tri-County Auto Group, for sponsoring the ever-important Tuesday edition of Fight Club. So we did the meltdown at McDonald's. Let's do a rhinoceros at Mr. Panda.
Rhinoceros.
This is
a sin.
Do you see it in the hopper there,
Well,
Ken?
how can I miss it? This is Toledo, Ohio, I think.
Matt, let me just show you, let you in on a little secret here. We show fights because people love to see them, but also
I've been told it's good for ratings.
it's kind of amusing, and people like to see them. It's kind of amusing. We like to see when obese people come out of their tops.
Food really
as they're
triggers people.
fighting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So this happened at I believe this is Toledo, Ohio, at a Mr. Panda.
Never been to one, by the way.
Is that one of them all-you-can-eat buffets? Yes, I know. I said that incorrectly, Don.
Don't know.
Yeah.
Never seen one in public. Never been to one.
And this is Mr. Panda, not Panda Express?
Mr. Panda.
Okay, I've never seen a Mr. Panda.
I've heard of Panda Express.
Yeah.
Yes.
Panda Express, yes. But this is a Mr. Panda. I assume it's a Chinese restaurant. Maybe it's not.
Yeah. This is the buffet thing. It's just got to stop.
Rooney, can you do a little Google for me? Maybe I should have done this before we played this.
It looks like
Greg, I'll do your job for you. No problem, boss.
It looks like the logo is black and yellow.
Yeah. By the way, let me just say this. This one's submitted by he's on the YouTube chat. Shafe. Shafe, thank you for the submission for this.
Proving that hunger is a thing.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Low blood sugar, maybe.
Yeah.
Do you see anything from Mr. Panda?
Yeah, and it's weird.
Uh-oh.
There's a pie, there's a pizza.
Oh boy.
He's got a chef's hat on. It looks like maybe there's a Paloma. What is this?
So it's a smorgasbord of all sorts of.
All right.
Is this a video game or a restaurant? What am I looking at?
What are you looking at?
I don't know.
Clear your browser out.
Yeah, right.
Mr. Panda, right? Mr. Panda restaurant. Let's see. Mr. Panda. There's one in Jeremy. I don't even know where that is. Jeremy Parks Road. Of course, it doesn't give me a city. There's one in Boksburg, South Africa.
This is the one in Toledo, Ohio.
Let me see. Mr. Panda. This is good. We're going to do a DuckDuckGo live on the radio.
Well, Toledo,
Panda.
Ohio is famous for its Chinese cuisine.
Oh, here it is. Mr. Panda Buffet, Toledo, Ohio.
Of course it's a buffet.
Yep. I knew it was a buffet.
Yeah.
It only gets a 4.4 Google review.
Well, I mean, nobody should go to a buffet anyway.
Yeah.
All right. We're keeping people in suspense long enough. Thank you, Shafe. Roll this.
Get her, she bit! She bit!
Oh my God! Up against the glass door.
Look!
Cuffs, hair pull. Look at that pouch. Look at the lady getting pummeled. Look at this guy. His boxers come down. His swim trunks. We've got 4 fupas in this. Forget 4 boxes. We've got 4 fupas. Look at that. Can we get Phil? Find a good spot where we can freeze all 4 flesh packets. Look right there. Yeah. Look at this. Right there. Perfect. Don't move it. On the far right, look at the gray fupa under the purple shirt. Then we've got the exposed stomach, and then my guy here in his teal swim trunks. He's 5'7", 260. Oh my God!
And Matt Rooney, aka Atticus Finch. This right here, that screenshot is the emoji for Death of Shame.
Yes.
They just this is a reboot of the Battle of the Bulge.
Yeah. Can you just roll without the audio, Phil?
Oh my goodness!
You started over without the.
He does.
Look at this, and she gets a running start.
As soon as I finish throwing up in my mouth, I'll try to come up with something witty.
She's just decking that other woman with another fupa.
This is a new definition of put him up against the glass.
Look at this.
Look at this guy. This guy can't even keep his pants up.
Look at this.
My God.
But see, back to your point, Greg, about we used to have a civilization.
Yeah.
Why would you go out dressed like that?
I know she's proud. Well, again, it goes to Matt, coming full circle. It's all the no shame thing. Like, she believes that Big is beautiful and she's beautiful and she should have this. Like, if you can't get to YouTube, which I understand, like, she has short shorts on, a short top on, and her belly is literally like sagging over it. Like, no shame. Yeah. And she thinks she looks beautiful.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm sure she wants to give RFK Jr. advice on how to run Health and Human Services, too.
Like Chris Christie.
Yeah.
Like Chris Christie.
Yeah. Look at the lady walking out that just left the restaurant. She's walking out trying to go to her vehicle. Yeah. And then you've got this behemoth of a human on a straight beeline to another chick.
For those of you that can't see this, I'm going to help you out. My unit of measurement is Chris Christie's. She's like 1.5 Chris Christie's.
Yeah, I agree. She's a 1.5 on the sloppy index. Yeah,
the sloppy index.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
It's just embarrassing.
See, this is why. Fights equal ratings.
Never would happen at a Benihana.
By the way, thank you, Shafe, for that. That's how. This is going to be a hard one to top, right?
Yeah,
definitely wouldn't want that at a Benihana. You don't have that fight around an open flame.
No,
no, thank you.
Now I'm looking here. They do offer hibachi, but it's quote pre-made, as in they put it out in the buffet section.
No, thank you.
You need to see that made.
Right, you need that like
100%.
that cast iron grill right in front of you. They shoot a little sake in your mouth, not Gen sake. Salad bar, hibachi chicken and shrimp.
Yeah,
fresh fruit.
Carl Mayer says owners lock the door. Yes, exactly. These walruses coming in. They're gonna sit there all day.
What good is locking the door gonna do? Did you see how it was giving? Under the weight of those human battering rams? Remember the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man from Ghostbusters?
Yeah,
of course, right?
It's got nothing on that gal.
It just popped in there.
But she's big and beautiful and has every right to, eat too many cheese wontons.
I look good.
If you're going to be big and just brutal on the eyes, can you at least have a sweet, pleasant personality? Right? You have to make up for it. When you're not aesthetically pleasing, you have to be a gentle soul, right? You can't be like a bull in a china shop and be a slob.
Yes.
Because now you're 0 for 2.
Well, maybe
they're just Renaissance women. Back in the day, Renaissance women.
Yeah.
It was seriously fertility and being a more hefty woman. That was a thing. That was celebrated.
I didn't really think to describe her as Rubenesque, Dawn, but to each their own, I suppose.
This could very well win Fight of the Week, but it's not going to be for the actual style of the fight. It's the sheer comedic value.
Agreed.
Nobody can keep their pants on.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Since I have all of you here, please hit that like button. Let me see where we're at as far as likes go. 349. Now I need 50 people right now to hit that like button. 50 people right now. Go over there to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, and hit that like button. Dawn, talk to us about Piazza.
Yes, we got to talk about our friends from Piazza, you better come out this Friday for Piazza Pets, but maybe you've been considering purchasing an electric vehicle. Well, my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they want to remind you that $7,500 federal tax credit on brand new electric vehicles ends September 30th. Yeah, the end of this month. That's $7,500 towards a new BMW i4, i5, or what about the i7? Or a Jaguar I-Pace, an Alfa Romeo Tonale PHEV, a Mercedes-Benz EQE. Lots of choices here. Just visit your local Piazza Premium dealer before the end of this month and get that EV you've been dreaming of. You know you have. Browse their extensive vehicle collection. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company live here on a, Tuesday morning, 9:27. The Dawn Show coming up in just about 30 minutes. Matt Rooney in studio with us, and he will be with us every Tuesday from now through Election Day and probably the fallout after the results come in. Mikey Sherrill, Jack Chitterelli.
Well, I mean, if he keeps putting up performances like today, it's going to be going on for a lot longer than the fall.
Is this good?
Yeah. You've been
Great
firing
burger.
on all cylinders.
It was good
today.
for us.
Great burger analysis.
Oh, Dawn.
No, see.
I'm as red as the light in the booth now.
One of the reasons that we had Rooney in here for these next 2 months is to talk about the governor's race. And I mentioned this yesterday in the cut sheet. I said in passing, with all the football that was on over the weekend, the political ads were popping up. And I thought Jack Chitterelli and his team put together a great ad, very simple. I think it's a winning message. And now that we actually have one of the experts from New Jersey in, we should play this for him, and I'm sure he's seen this. But for those who have not seen the ad itself, if you're on YouTube, get a little glimpse at this.
We all know it. New Jersey's a mess. And all Mikey Sherrill wants to talk about is President Trump. Come on. What does the president have to do with rising property taxes and higher electricity bills? New Jersey's a mess because out-of-touch politicians like Bill Murphy and Mikey Sherrill care more about pronouns in sanctuary cities than they do solving our problems. That changes when I'm governor. I'll lower electricity bills, cut and cap property taxes, and keep our communities safe. Folks, it's time to fix New Jersey. When I'm governor, we will.
It's simplistic. I think it lands. And whether it's the New Jersey governor race, Rooney, or the mayoral race in New York with Mamdani, I don't understand the strategy of Sherrill and Mamdani going after Trump when they should focus in on Chitterelli and other Democrat primary options or Curtis Sliwa. It doesn't make sense.
They know it's a base election, and I agree with you. No surprise there. But she's betting that in a state where there's 800,000 more registered Democrats than Republicans, if she just says Trump enough, they're going to show up for her. The problem, and what I think her people are missing, there's still a ton of unaffiliated voters in New Jersey. That's what we call independents. And that line in there about her concern and her obsession with pronouns, it reminded me, Nick, of that awesome Trump ad last year that was playing during football games. You probably remember it. Kamala is for they, them. President Trump is for you.
So effective.
Yeah.
So effective.
And regardless of whether or not you think men should be allowed to pee in the women's room or not, I certainly don't. I think that most people, even a lot of young women who traditionally vote Democrat, there's a sense that the priorities are off. Like, okay, yeah, like, does it matter where you get to pee if I have to worry about being choked out on my way home from work that doesn't pay me enough money to cover my loans and my property taxes? That's the question that Jack needs to just continue to hammer home over the next 2 months. And if he does, I think the math can work for him.
Okay, there you go.
Jasmine Crockett says that law enforcement isn't there to prevent crime.
Oh.
They... This is cut 13.
They're there just to look good in their uniforms.
Cut 13 on the Grounded podcast. Roll this.
I want to be clear that, law enforcement isn't to prevent crime. Law enforcement solves crime.
All right, stop it right there.
That is what they're...
Let's go through the demographics here. You notice she's on a podcast with a white lady and a white man.
That's Crystal Ball, by the way.
Crystal, don't bust her ball or break her ball, right? Yeah. You notice how she talks here? Very similar to how she talked originally when she came into politics.
Yep.
With her $35,000 a year private high school education and her $60,000 a year college education, and then her time at Houston Law. Yeah, so this is the code switch, right?
Yep.
So now she's back to talking to and changing her vernacular based on the audience.
True.
Interesting. Okay, just wanted to point that out.
Started over.
I like to expose frauds. That's kind of my thing.
I want to be clear that, law enforcement isn't to prevent crime. Law enforcement solves crime, okay? That is what they're supposed to do. They are supposed to solve crimes, not necessarily prevent them from happening.
Well, I mean, in theory, when you see police and you see a police presence, it's usually a deterrent to commit a criminal act in front of them, unless you just don't give a rip. But they're actually there for both, right? To prevent crime, and then when crime does occur, you put your Sherlock Holmes hat on and you try to solve the crime and apprehend the bad guys.
I also fundamentally disagree with what she's saying because if you have good law enforcement, like a tough law enforcement, tough on crime,
or the numbers you need, the bodies,
then they are going to prevent crime. Yes, that is absolutely the goal, is to prevent crimes from happening.
And hard to prevent if you're down 1,000 officers.
You see cars, in neighborhoods I live, you see, police cars going up there. You're like, oh, what's going on here? You know what I mean? So yes, we want people to think twice about committing said crime because their streets are littered with police officers that will throw the book at you if you are going to if you're going to commit a crime. So yes, that is preventing crime.
But you guys have touched on something really important here. Jasmine Crockett would be the first one to go on and on. First of all, I could probably see her taking somebody's head off for a fillet of fish. Just throwing that out there.
No, don't get her McDonald's menu wrong.
But for all her talk of the patriarchy and how our institutions are fundamentally racist, here she is advancing a position that we don't want police, that most black Americans don't agree with. She's playing to that liberal white lady. The entire Democrat business model in 2025, whether it's Mamdani, Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey, Jasmine Crockett here, they're all playing to white, liberal, educated women whose values aren't even familiar in most places on this planet in 2025, let alone here in our core listening area. So for someone that loves to act like she's such a fighter, so independent, in many ways, she's made herself subservient to this class, and it's a disservice to everyone she claims to care about.
Just a show of hands or in answer to this question. And one of the things I love about this station with all of our hosts is we're well represented throughout the listening area. I'm in Montgomery County. Greg's in Bucks. Dawn is in Philadelphia. Dom's in Philly. Rich is in Jersey. Rooney's in Jersey. Opelka's in Delaware. So we kind of have all of our bases covered. Do you notice a patrol presence in your neighborhood where you live? Generally speaking, now granted I live in a very, very small township, so maybe it's a staff thing and not a defund the police thing, but they just don't need that many. I don't see the routine patrol officer too often, like just meandering down the streets, like just to say, hey, we're here. Granted, I live in a low crime area,
right?
But do you notice that like it used to be like back in the day as far as the prevention of crime by merely cop in the cruiser just going down the streets?
No, but, we live in the burbs, right? So they're primarily hanging out on the highways, giving people cell phone tickets. And And that's not to diminish what they do, right? Our officers do amazing work.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, most of us are lucky enough to live in lower crime areas. But here's what separates us from someone like Jasmine Crockett. We are privileged, so we want to extend access to opportunity to everyone else. They're always trying to truncate it. Case in point, why wouldn't you want to give the most economically challenged people in this country access to the same opportunity we have, the same protection that we have? It's so self-defeating, and it's disgusting, and more people need to call her out.
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
Please.
First of all, Nick, you need to get out more on the weekends instead of watching sports all weekend.
Thank you, Dawn.
I will again in the spring.
Butler Pike or Butler, right? They're all hidden along there, so watch it.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, he was
watch it.
Yeah, Dawn, you bring up
Jolly
such
Road.
a
They're
great
all
point.
around you, dude.
Dawn stands on with a point of the day today.
Yeah.
Nick cannot comment on any of this because he admitted that he didn't leave his house for 21 hours
And
over the
Kristen
weekend.
his wife drives.
I will return to society
And
when the weather is good again in the spring.
And when he does, Matt Rooney, he goes to his golf club and then comes right home.
And
He
the
doesn't
liquor,
go
and the liquor store.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Dawn.
What's wrong with the weather right
Well,
now?
you know, it's
Dawn
funny.
with the point
This
of
is
the
my
day.
favorite weather.
It's a great point by
Mine
Dawn.
too.
I'm boxed in with 4 pikes: Germantown pike, Skipback pike, the
Pike with a P.
the Cow
It's
pike,
not a D.
right? The Cow pike and Butler pike. But I frequent Germantown, Skipback, and DeKalb pike. Butler pike, I very rarely end up down that way.
That's where they are.
Yeah. That's
Jolly
what.
Road.
That's closer to Ambler, right?
Let's face
Yeah.
it, though, Dawn, you're never getting a ticket.
It's true. It's
What?
true.
No one's giving Dawn a ticket.
No.
But I get stopped
Well,
all the
Dawn
time.
doesn't run past school buses like I do when the stop sign goes
No.
out.
It's the most egregious. Rooney, I should have fired him for just that bad of judgment at that time. Just hideous judgment.
Well, if I was in sports radio and said that, I would have been fired.
At least he confessed. It's very Catholic
true.
of you.
It's true.
Yeah, he owned up to it.
Yeah, he did.
We ought to do a segment called Kayal Confessional,
Ooh.
where we all call in and
Well,
confess our
Greg,
big sin of the
We have
week.
a priest on my show sometime. We'll get Father Carlo in.
Oh,
Yeah?
this is good.
Well, talk
He'll do
radio.
it.
Talk radio hosts have been busted for drunk driving, and they weren't fired. So
Well, that's true.
Just know, folks, that when I'm drunk, I'm always on my couch.
it's true. It's true.
See?
Important lesson, kids.
Be a responsible drunk.
And that, my friends, is today's cut sheet.
All right, there you go. Rooney, great stuff.
Yeah!
Unbelievable
Woo!
analysis on New Jersey for the last hour.
It's true.
Matt, we
It's
love
true.
you.
The one question we asked him.
I wanted more questions about McDonald's.
Yeah.
So maybe next week, if we can figure that out, please.
Yeah.
Matt, in all seriousness, you knocked it out of the park.
Great stuff.
Good job.
Thank
job,
you.
Rooney.
Thank you, my friend.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure. Appreciate you having me.
Yeah. By the way, I found out today that Rooney's a year younger than me. I had Rooney a year or two older than me. So you'll be 41, and I'll be 42 coming up.
Someone in the chat said I look like I could be your father.
You're all babies.
Which I thought was a little nasty, but it's okay.
My father.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I think that's a little nasty.
By the way, what are you doing later? You want to get some McDonald's?
There was
I'm bringing it in next week.
Yeah, please, we don't get food drops, so please do.
I will be your Uber Eats guy next week.
There was a comment earlier, Don, I don't know if you heard it, where Rooney said, Nick, our generation, excluding you and I, because I guess Nick and Matt have decided that they're the young ones, and we're old. So
no, I don't
Thank
think
you.
he's saying that. I think he's saying you're a millennial. So I think you and I are on the same page. We identify more with Gen X and our older, gentler souls.
You can't identify.
why?
No, you can't
if
identify.
a man can
no.
claim to be a
It's
woman,
hideous.
why can't I claim to be Gen X?
Nick and I are technically Zennials.
No, you're
Correct.
Are you familiar with this term?
It's like the hybrid version, right?
Right, because we're not quite Gen X,
but we're
we're not
closer.
ancient like Greg, but
Here's the thing.
we didn't have
People who
social
talk
media in high
about
school.
Themselves constantly.
Yeah.
They are showing their millennial selves because they're talking about their generation and themselves, and that's pretty much the basis of a millennial.
Well, then Dawn and Greg are
me,
honorary
me,
millennials, Nick. I'm going to bring in badges next week with the McDonald's. Maybe that'll
I
be the
love
toy.
it.
Honorary millennial badges.
Just for you, I was looking for exhibits with Peter Paul Rubens, but I can't. I mean, obviously, the Prometheus is at the Philadelphia Museum of Art, Matt.
See,
they don't know what I'm talking about.
No,
but you
I have
do.
no idea. I just figured out that other guy you talked about, Adelicus, whatever his name was from The Kill a Mockingbird.
Atticus Finch.
Yeah, Atticus Finch.
The term Rubenesque is from the iconic painter Peter Paul Rubens.
Really?
You really? In all
Baroque
seriousness,
painting.
you've
That's what I'm
really
slowly turning into.
No,
now.
in all seriousness, I was actually assigned to read To Kill a Mockingbird 3 different times in my life. Never read it.
Oh, you know what? Just in all seriousness, we went to plays.
Rooney and Company starting Monday.
No, Nick,
I'd be speeding past school buses every day to get here. Are you kidding? We don't want to do that.
Your girls are 11 now. You could actually read it with them. It's a wonderful book.
It is. It is.
Don, you're aware the Eagles and Chiefs play on Sunday, right?
It's hideous. All right.
We got to go. Great stuff from
Love you,
Rooney.
man.
We will come back. Bells and whistles on the way. It's Kayal and Company for now. Rooney and Company starts Monday.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
A hotel might offer a bar, a resort, a spa. But if you want it all, dining, pools, gaming, clubs, shows, it takes more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata, where the best meals meet the hottest tables, where one pool leads to the next. Room service, bottle service, every service. It takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So we built one. Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hugh Douglas here, and everybody knows my favorite whiskey is Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey. And my folks at Jack Daniel's are coming out with a
new flavor. It's called Jack Daniel's Blackberry. It's the real deal. A smooth, sweet taste, perfect to enjoy with friends. It's bold, it's vibrant with an aroma of creamy vanilla, toasted oak, and just a hint of honey. It's going to be my new tailgate drink this season. Jack Daniel's Blackberry. Coming soon to your local fine wine and good spirits. Celebrate responsibly.
Please drink responsibly. Whiskey 35% alcohol by volume. Imported by Brown-Forman, Louisville, Kentucky. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Copyright 2025. Brown-Forman Corporation.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 9:47 Tuesday morning. The morning mystery movie clip is coming up. Another chance to secure a pair of tickets to the Outlaw Music Festival. And then we will get to Today in Music History before we hand it off and pass the baton to Dawn Stensland straight up at 10 o'clock. I'm going to keep hitting that out time like a hard net workout. Not that anybody listening knows what that means, but it means something to us. But right now, let's get to a Dawn Stensland. Big 3 at 9:47.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Number 1, we have ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement. They are launching that operation in Chicago, targeting undocumented immigrants who committed crimes. That announcement from the Department of Homeland Security, long rumored, opposed by local officials there in Chicago, as well as the Illinois Governor Pritzker, but they're calling it Operation Midway Blitz. And Trump has obviously been talking about it for weeks. And now here they go. So they've announced it. They will be launching that in Chicago.
Boy, rough stretch for Chicago in the last 12 hours. We've got the Feds coming in, and the Vikings scored 21 points in the fourth quarter last night to beat the Bears. I would have called it Operation Ditka.
So we have number 2 in the Big 3, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. What's he talking about? No, he's not talking about the lack of a budget after proposing that $51.5 billion bloated budget for Pennsylvania, largest ever. Nope, we don't have a budget. But what's he talking about? Well, he took aim at President Trump's tariff and immigration policies. This was while the governor was speaking at an event at Cobb's Creek Golf Club yesterday. And Governor Shapiro talking about the rising costs of, all of the things such as items and events, while expressing concerns about how it could impact the busy list of events planned for Philadelphia in upcoming 2026, such as FIFA, such as all of the year 250 celebrations. And so ripping into Trump, that's what he was talking about yesterday while speaking at the local golf club in our region. And by the way, blaming Trump for something that actually our own Jimmy Matthews in the YouTube chat was saying quite a while ago. Shapiro blaming Trump for lower tourism coming internationally into Pennsylvania and Philadelphia in particular. So I looked it up. The international travelers, there was a drop by 3.8%. And this, according to the people who keep such stats and data, the Federal International Air Travel statistic keepers, they say 3.8% drop in the first 7 months of this year.
Okay.
Shapiro blaming Trump.
Of course.
So we
When
have
in
that
doubt,
going on.
Blame 47.
Yes. And number 3 for our big 3 quickly, and this is for the first time since 2003, there will be no Center City District Restaurant Week this fall.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Wait, say that again?
There's no restaurant week in Center City. You know, they do restaurant weeks where restaurants offer
get all the
and
deals.
it's,
It's a lot of
it's
fun.
amazing. And it's an amazing way to try new restaurants. What's their reasoning for it?
Well, what they're not saying is that, how many restaurants have been shut down and closed up shop and all of that good stuff. But they're saying that as the organization evolves, they're evolving.
It's such a corporate D-bag word, evolving. F you. Evolve this.
So they're trying to do things like the open streets, let's do lunch, those little, but no restaurant week. And they hope to have it coming in January. Hopefully it will return in January.
Hopefully nobody gets executed at 5 p.m. in Center City by January.
Not helpful.
Yeah.
That's your big 3.
All right, Dawn Stensland, thank you very much. We'll get to the movies and the music when we come back. But first, Piazza Auto. How about a tax credit? We all like that, right? 75 hundo. We like that.
Come on.
If you've been thinking about that electric vehicle, well, our friends at the Piazza Auto Group want to lock you in to a $7,500 federal EV tax credit before it ends. That's $7,500 towards the purchase of a new Hyundai Ioniq 5, 6, or 9. They get bigger as the number goes up. And a Volkswagen ID4 or the ID Buzz, a Genesis GV60 or that gorgeous Genesis GV70, and many, many, many more vehicles. Visit your local Piazza dealer before September 30th to take advantage of the EV tax credit and inquire about additional savings. Shop their impressive selection today, piazzaautogroup.com.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
The Eagles have now won 11 straight games at Lincoln Financial Field. They win because they're good. But you know who else deserves credit? You do. Your great fans who create an atmosphere that causes opponents to jump off sides and make other mistakes. You also roar when your birds make a big play. That's inspirational. On behalf of all of the Eagles, thank you. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. Football fans don't just watch the game, they live it. From pregame rituals to postgame celebrations, PNC is proud to be presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and a devoted fan just like you. Fans who show up in full force in every kind of weather, because keeping your finances boring allows you to make exciting memories full of face paint, tailgates, and all the things that make game day. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Guess who's watching Rob Finnerty on Newsmax? President Trump is. He even says Finnerty's show is so terrific. Millions are joining President Trump to watch Finnerty every night at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax. All this week, Rob looks at the media's war on President Trump. Rob gives you the facts about the National Guard in cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. He tells you the real truth about the Jeffrey Epstein files, and he reveals the big media's agenda on Trump's health. You need to watch Rob Finnerty on Newsmax. Check out your local cable system. Newsmax is on all major systems. Or download the free Newsmax app. It costs you nothing, and you can watch in minutes. Finnerty is the fastest-growing primetime news show in America. Find out why even President Trump is tuning in.
More than 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for news they can trust. Because we are real news for real people.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, this is Larry Steinis with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
If your dog makes you itch, it isn't hair. It's CAN F1 and 2. And dust mite flare-ups? That's Derpy 1 and 2. Pathogen sprays go after the allergens themselves. Whisker Block for dog dander, EnviroBlock for dust. Spray surfaces and rooms to neutralize allergens and help cut the sneezing, itching, and fog. Safe for the whole household. Buy Pathogen online at Pathogen.com today. Pathogen.com. Pathogen.com. For a home that finally feels livable.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
9:57 and 41 seconds, which means we got to skedaddle and do it quick. Let's get to a Jimmy Kelly Tuesday Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm telling you, the crime rate in New York will kill you. There's so many problems, you never feel like you're accomplishing anything. Violence, rip-offs, muggings. Kids can't leave the house. You gotta walk them to school. One man can make a difference. You get the ratio on this thing?
No, it's a closed-circuit TV system. I have underwater cameras fore and aft.
Who pays for all this stuff?
Socialist.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, today another pair of tickets to the Outlaw Music Festival on September 12th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, featuring Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, Sheryl Crow, Waxahachie, and Madeline Edwards. Tickets available, Ticketmaster.com, 855-839-1210. Caller 12, best of luck. From the movies to the music, it's time for Phil Almquist.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, September 9th, we celebrate the heavenly birthdays of Bruce Palmer from Buffalo Springfield, Doug Engel from Iron Butterfly, as well as Otis Redding. Singles include Beast of Burden by the Stones in 78 and Hero of the Day by Metallica in 96. Album includes Signals by Rush in 82, Last Look at Eden by Europe in 2009, Imagine by John Lennon in 71, and Patient Number 9 by Ozzy in 2022. Also in 75, Paul McCartney and Wings began their world tour. Performances were used for their Wings Over America album. In 56, Elvis made a first appearance on The Ed Sullivan Show. In 2008, Donnie Marie Osmond began what was supposed to be a 6-week residency in Vegas. It ended up going on for 11 years. In 2009, 2003, Simon and Garfunkel announced they are reuniting. Saw that tour in New York. In 92, Eric Clapton won Best Male Video at the MTV Video Music Awards. He's here in Philly on Saturday. But lastly, on this day in 2009, the city of Liverpool, England confirmed that Ringo Starr's birthplace would be demolished due to, quote, no lasting significance. If it was some hack pop star down the hall like they play, it would be on the National Registry of Historic Places, but it is a rock star, so of course, they're not doing it. So for Kayal Company, I'm Phil Omkus, and the train wreck there.
Beautiful. Beautiful. We love a good train wreck. We love a good train
it's
wreck.
10 o'clock. I'm done.
Mike in Kennett Square, what movie did we just play for you?
That sounds like Jaws.
That is correct. You're off to the Outlaw Music Festival. Congratulations, Mike. Today's show brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends on September 13th. And save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples. We'll see you tomorrow for a Bruno Wednesday. The Dawn Show starts right now.
It's you. And we do have a lot of stories developing right now, as in 15 minutes, we will check in with Alicia Hopper, nationally recognized expert in human trafficking and child trafficking. So what is the latest on that? Well, the rest of the so-called mainstream media is focusing on a drawing from decades ago. Let's find out how many hundreds of thousands of children believed to be trafficked. This is sick stuff in our country. They're still missing. Where are all the missing children, and why is it that the so-called mainstream media today, the Today Show, what were they leading with? Other junk? We'll get